Chapter 1497. In room D9, Lu Yi stood up expressionlessly, pushed open the door, and said, "Come with me." There would definitely be a lot of good things after the auction, but there was no need to stay after missing out on the Phoenix Sky's blue crystal. He could feel that room A6 was targeting him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have raised the price so high. 20 million spirit jades had far exceeded the value of the Phoenix Sky's blue crystal. Lu Yi only had 8 million spirit jades now. Even if he had more, he wouldn't bid for it. Without the Phoenix Sky's blue crystal, he could choose other treasures to replace it. However, if he did that, the Mountain Pan Saber's grade would be slightly lower. He wasn't in a hurry to upgrade Yu Yao. He might have another chance to find the Phoenix Sky's blue crystal in the future, so he didn't need it too urgently. He didn't get what he wanted, but he gained a lot from those he wasn't prepared to bid for, especially the soul race. He hadn't expected this at all. He could feel that the soul race was behind him, but they moved silently and were invisible. If Lu Yi didn't have a jade token that could control them, they would have fled long ago. After leaving the Myriad Elephant Trading Firm, Lu Yi summoned the Star Boat. He waited until he was sure that the soul race had boarded before he left. Standing on the Star Boat, Lu Yi felt a chill run down his spine, as if a venomous snake was licking his neck with its forked tongue. Clearly, the chill came from the soul's gaze. If the woman wanted to escape, she had to snatch the token. Otherwise, with the token in Lu Ye's hand, she would never be able to escape. "If you want to fight, you can try." Lu Ye's indifferent voice came from the front. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the formless soul race. Then, without hesitation, she pounced forward and merged with Lu Ye's body. Lu Ye's eyes were downcast. As he drove the Star Boat toward Matchless Island, he divided his attention. His soul avatar appeared in his divine sea. Lu Yi had acquired the soul-suppressing pagoda back when he was still in the 9 states. But as his cultivation grew, the soul-suppressing pagoda became less and less useful. The soul-suppressing pagoda was a treasure from the realm of soul, so no matter how good it was, it had its limits. It couldn't keep up with the growth of Lu Ye's strength, but it still had its uses. At this moment, Lu Ye's soul avatar was standing at the top of the tower, looking down. Unlike in the outside world, inside the divine sea, the figure of the woman was completely revealed. She was a very tall woman with long hair that reached her ankles. She was coldly looking in Lu Ye's direction. Generally speaking, if a cultivator wanted to invade someone else's spirit sea, they would have to use some special methods or have the power of their spirit sea reach a crushing level. However, the soul race did not need to do so. This race was named after the soul, and they had extremely special methods in terms of the power of the soul. As long as the difference in cultivation was not too great, they could casually invade the divine sea of others. This was also the most common method that the soul race used to fight with others. Compared to ordinary battles, this method was undoubtedly much more dangerous. The soul race had no enmity with Lu Yi, but no one was willing to be suppressed by others and lose their freedom. If she wanted to escape, she would have to deal with Lu Yi. The moment their eyes met, the woman suddenly raised her hands and formed a seal in front of her. Immediately after, the calm divine sea began to ripple outwards with the woman as the center. This was the result of the soul-suppressing pagoda guarding the divine sea. If it weren't for the soul-suppressing pagoda, the divine sea would have been filled with monstrous waves. If this had really happened, Lu Ye's soul would have been shaken and his mind would have been uneasy. Lu Yi simply looked at her quietly, not showing any intention of stopping her. This was because, for him, stopping the soul race was actually very simple. He just needed to take out the token he obtained at the auction and pour his spirit force into it to activate the seal on the woman's body. Then he could expel her from his divine sea. However, Lu Yi didn't want to be remembered by her in the future. Before he could find a suitable method to deal with her, they would have to spend some time together. As the saying went, one could be a thief for 1,000 days, but there's no such thing as guarding against a thief for 1,000 days. Lu Yi wanted to let this soul race woman know that her methods wouldn't work on him and put an end to any devious ideas she might have. The records he had seen in the little human race's resting abyss pavilion weren't comprehensive. Lu Yi only knew that the soul race had a special method to invade another's divine sea, but he didn't know that the soul race could borrow the strength of another's divine sea to deal with the master of the divine sea. As the woman displayed her methods, Lu Yi could clearly feel that a portion of the strength in his divine sea was being controlled by her. This was truly strange. It had to be known that this strength was clearly his. The soul race was truly a strange race. With such a strange strength, any cultivator that had their divine sea invaded would likely not have a good ending. Arrows suddenly swept out from the waves, blotting out the sky as they shot towards Lu Ye's soul avatar. Each arrow was formed from Lu Ye's own spiritual energy. Lu Ye's heart stirred. The soul-suppressing pagoda beneath his feet suddenly rose up, enveloping him and turning into a protective barrier. Do. The arrows formed from spiritual energy bombarded the soul-suppressing pagoda, causing it to sway uncontrollably. Lu Yi was now a late-stage star constellation realm cultivator, so his spiritual energy was extremely powerful. Even the soul-suppressing pagoda wouldn't be able to withstand this level of attack for long. Release my restrictions, and I'll leave. The woman urged her strength to attack as she spoke. She could see that the soul-suppressing pagoda wasn't of high quality and wouldn't be able to last for too long. However, what made her a little curious was why this human didn't try to stop her. He clearly only needed to activate the power of the token to stop her. Lu Yi slowly shook his head. His silent refusal made his stance clear. The soul-suppressing pagoda might not be able to hold on, but he still had other methods. With a thought, his divine sea boiled, and a starship suddenly appeared, as if it was riding the wind and waves of an extremely harsh sea. The battleship seemed to have gone through an extremely cruel battle. The entire hull was tattered, but as it slowly revealed itself and Lu Ye's spiritual energy poured into it, the battleship quickly became intact. Then, one figure after another appeared on the battleship and quickly took up their respective roles. Lu Yi stood on the deck of the starship, staring expressionlessly at the Spirida's woman. All the methods she used were blocked by the starship's protective barrier. The Spirida's woman's eyes narrowed as she stared incredulously at the starship that had suddenly appeared. Even with her knowledge and experience, she couldn't tell what this soul artifact was. There was actually a soul artifact that looked like a starship in this world. In the next moment, her body suddenly tensed up because there was a great danger shrouding her. She could clearly feel that there was an extremely surging power brewing in the battleship, and the aura of that power had firmly locked onto her. It was as if there was a sharp sword hanging above her head that could fall at any time. "Stop fooling around and get out." Lu Yi looked at her, his tone flat as if he was driving away a playful child. The churning waves around the woman slowly calmed down, and her expression became bitter. She finally understood why this human didn't use the power of the token to restrain her. With such a soul artifact guarding his divine sea, even if she was a Spirida's, she couldn't do anything to him. If she didn't know when to stop, she would be the one to suffer. After weighing the pros and cons, the woman finally withdrew from Lu Ye's divine sea. Lu Yi sped all the way back to Matchless Island and drove the star boat straight through the island's protective barrier. Today, the overall strength of Matchless Island was incomparable to the time when Carp Island attacked. Just in the late constellation realm alone, Matchless Island had recruited no less than 13 people. Including the early and middle constellation realm, the number of people recruited by Matchless Island in the recent period of time had almost reached 100. With such a force and Tang Jun, it was more than enough to defend Matchless Island, so there weren't any forces foolish enough to cause trouble for them recently. It could be said that with Matchless Island's current strength, Even if 2 or 3 forces like Carp Island joined forces, they might not be able to take them down. Those cultivators who were lucky enough to join Matchless Island through the Zhong Jin Shu's inquiry were naturally impeccable. Moreover, because Matchless Island was a spirit island, they could save a lot of spirit jades by cultivating here. Therefore, even if they didn't have much monthly salary, these cultivators were still willing to stay. What made these cultivators even more excited was that they could clearly feel that the starry sky energy in Matchless Island was continuously increasing. Right now, Matchless Island was only a middle-grade spirit island, but who could be sure that it wouldn't become a high-grade spirit island if it continued to increase like this? Under such expectations, the cultivators who joined the Peerless Island cherished this opportunity very much. Unconsciously, they had a sense of belonging and identity to the Peerless Island. In such a situation, even if a strong enemy attacked, they would not casually flee. Even if it was for their own future, they would still advance and retreat with Chushin. Recently, Chushin was looking for a way to make money. If a spirit island wanted to continue to develop, they would need to invest a lot of spirit jades in the early stages. Needless to say, the Matchless Island had spent 4 million spirit jades to build the defensive array. This was not a small sum, so they had to find a way to recoup this investment no matter what. Moreover, in the future, the cultivators of Matchless Island would need spirit jades for their cultivation. They couldn't just rely on the starry sky energy on the island. Therefore, they had to find a suitable way to make money. Only then could they stabilize the hearts of the people and retain the talents. The best way was to open various shops on the island to attract cultivators to trade. This was also the main source of income for most spirit islands. However, it was still too early for Peerless Island to consider this. If they forced it, it would be very difficult to gather popularity if they did not have any particularly attractive goods. Chu Shen had been worried about this for a period of time, but he could not think of a good solution. Only now did he realize how naive he was when he wanted to create his own faction. Chapter 1498. Chu Shen pondered for a while. If he wanted to solve this problem, he would have to trouble SBHYNX Lauda. He had come to look for Lu Yi once before, but to no avail. Now that he saw Lu Ye's starboat returning, he hurried over. Lu Yi had just returned to his cave. Before he could even sit down, the restriction at the cave entrance was triggered. He opened it and saw Chu Xin walking in. Looking over, Chu Xin was taken aback. Other than Lu Yi, there was also a tall and slender woman with an icy temperament. Lu Yi did not know why this woman from the Soul Tribe was willing to show herself. However, she did not look any different from a human, provided that she did not use any of the special techniques of the Soul Tribe. If she was willing to do so, Lu Yi could not control her. At this moment, Lu Yi was sitting upright while the woman from the Soul Tribe stood quietly at the side like a servant. Chu Xin obviously misunderstood something. He looked at Lu Yi with admiration. SBHYNX Lauda was indeed SBHYNX Lauda. Even a woman with such beauty and figure was willing to serve him. He was truly a role model. However, he did not know the relationship between Lu Yi and this woman from the Soul Tribe. He did not dare to ask and only greeted Lu Yi. "What's the matter?" Lu Yi asked. Chu Xin sat in front of Lu Yi and briefly explained the predicament of the Peerless Island. Lu Yi said, "If a faction wants to survive on the myriad phenomenon sea, they should have their own way of making money. There was no need to talk about the top-grade spiritual islands with spirit jade mines. Below the top-grade spiritual islands, no matter if they were high-grade, mid-grade, or low-grade spiritual islands, without a certain way of making money, they would not be able to survive here. Which cultivator did not need spirit jade for cultivation? What are your plans?" Lu Yi asked. Chu Xin must have some considerations for coming to find him at this time. Chu Xin straightened his face and said, "Senior brother, this is what I think. We don't have any special skills, so we can't help people refine pills or forge weapons. Other than doing some escort missions to earn spirit jade, we can only cooperate with other factions. The escort mission he mentioned was a very common thing in the Wanxiang Sea. For example, when Njia and Lu Yi had traded a large number of dragon breath crystals and wanted to return to their domain, it was not safe for Njia to rush to the insect path from the Wanxiang Sea with so many spirit jades on him. So he had to recruit some people to protect him along the way. As long as he could return to his domain through the insect path, he would be safe. But if Njia wanted to find someone to escort him, he couldn't just randomly find someone. He had to find someone reliable and trustworthy. The Peerless Island now had the qualifications to do this, but the path hadn't been opened yet, and Chu Xin didn't plan to get involved. Firstly, the profit wasn't great, and secondly, the competition was fierce. The Peerless Island didn't have any advantage in this aspect. And thirdly, there weren't many people on the Peerless Island. Therefore, he felt that cooperating with other forces was the safest and fastest way. How? Chu Xin said, "Let them set up shop on our spiritual island at a discounted price, or even free of charge. When there are profits, we will take a portion of the profits as repayment. 1 or 2 shops may not make much profit, but as long as there are enough shops, the profits will not be small." Lu Yi nodded. "You want to turn Wushuang Island into a commercial spiritual island." "That's what I think. What do you think, senior brother?" "Your idea is good, but there is a problem." Lu Yi looked at Chu Xin. "How can you convince those factions to set up shop on our spiritual island? Even if you convince them, how can you guarantee the flow of customers?" "Without customers, it would be useless no matter how many shops there were. Of course, if there were enough shops to turn Wushuang Island into a commercial spiritual island, the flow of customers would not be low. By then, even if Chu Xin did not take the initiative to contact them, there would definitely be some factions who would be willing to talk to him. However, everything was difficult in the beginning. The first thing Wushuang Island had to do was to guarantee a certain flow of customers. Only then would the factions see the profits and be willing to set up shop here. The more shops there were, the more customers there would be. This was a snowball effect. Chu Xin said, "So we need a special item that can attract many cultivators. It would be best if it could attract the interest of all the constellations and not be too expensive." Once Chu Xin said this, Lu Yi knew what he was thinking. He was obviously trying to create a unity array disk. Although it had been some time since the Constellation Hall auction ended, the various factions were studying the mysteries of the array disk. Many of them had made good progress. However, it was still very difficult to mass-produce the array disk. Other than the Island of Versatility, there were only a few top factions who were qualified to sell the array disk. Moreover, the number of array disks that these factions could sell was extremely limited and the price was very high. If Wushuang Island took out the array disk at this time, it would definitely attract many cultivators. This way, the flow of customers would be guaranteed. Although the cultivators came here mainly for the array disk, they would definitely be willing to buy 1 or 2 items if they saw other items that they needed. After all, the distance between each spiritual island on the Island of Versatility was very far. As long as the price was not too different, no one would be willing to waste time to buy from other places. In the auction, the price of a single array disk was indeed not too expensive. If 3 to 5 cultivators worked together, it would not be difficult to buy one. Lu Yi remained silent. He was thinking that if he really did this, Wushuang Island would not be too peaceful. When that time came, it would definitely be lively with people coming and going. However, if he really succeeded, it would not be too bad. He was prepared to bring the cultivators of the 9 states to the Island of Versatility if he had the chance in the future. If there was a stable source of income, then the cultivators of the 9 states would not have to worry about not having enough spiritual jades when they came. The mermaid territory was his exclusive source of income. However, Lu Yi did not ask the mermaid territory for spiritual jades when he sent some spiritual pills there last time. He felt that compared to a business relationship, it was better to maintain a friendly relationship. The mermaid territory valued him very much. Last time, He even borrowed the power of the mermaid territory to deal with a mid-stage Yu Yao. This was not something that could be measured by spiritual jades. Chu Xin looked at him nervously. He did not know what Lu Yi would decide in the end. After a long while, Lu Yi said, "I can give you the arrayed disc, but it is not suitable to sell it in large quantities. Otherwise, it will attract jealousy and hatred. You have to make a plan to ensure that not too many items are sold in a certain period of time. Senior brother, don't worry. I have considered this point. I will not lose the big picture for the small. I think that selling 3 to 5 spiritual jades a day is already good enough. Not only will it ensure a steady flow of customers, but it will also not attract the attention of those big forces." Lu Yi praised, "If you can think of this, it means that you have seriously considered it. However, you must remember that a cultivator should still pay attention to their own cultivation. You are talented. Don't delay your own cultivation because of the Wushuang Island." Senior brother is right. I will remember. After receiving Lu Ye's approval, Chu Xin was very happy. He was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he talked with Lu Yi about the future development and plans of the Wushuang Island. It was obvious that he was very concerned about the Wushuang Island. It was no wonder. At his age, he was able to establish a force in a place like the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Moreover, it was likely that the force would only grow stronger in the future. It was enough to be proud of. Half a day later, when Chu Shan was about to leave, Lu Yi suddenly said, "Send someone to the 10,000 Elephant Island. Find a woman selling spirit pills in the scattered market and see if you can recruit her." If it was possible, the Wushuang Island could have its own store that sold spirit pills. The woman's alchemy skills were quite good. However, Lu Yi felt that there was not much hope. If someone with such skills wanted to rely on a force, they would have done so long ago. Why would they wander to the scattered market and set up a stall? Even so, Lu Yi still wanted Chu Xin to give it a try. Unfortunately, Lu Yi did not know the woman's name. Chu Xin asked about the woman's appearance and characteristics, then took a bottle of spirit pills from Lu Ye's hands before leaving. Lu Yi silently pondered for a moment. If the Wushuang Island could really develop according to Chu Xin's plan, its prospects would be very good. He increasingly felt that leaving Chu Xin on the Wushuang Island was a wise choice. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time and energy for him to take care of these things himself. Lu Yi turned to look at the Soul Clan woman and asked, "How should I address you?" The Spiritas woman glanced at him indifferently without any intention of speaking. If she hadn't spoken in his divine sea before, Lu Yi would have thought that she was mute or that she couldn't understand his words. Lu Yi did not care about her attitude. If he were in her shoes, he would not have been able to act any better if he had been restricted by a restriction and had no freedom. However, it was impossible for Lu Yi to undo the restriction on her body. He had spent a total of 32 million spirit jades to purchase this soul clan in order to solve the problem of the martyrs of the 9 regions. Before solving this problem, even if she bore a grudge against him, Lu Yi had to tie her to his side. There was still time in the future, and they could slowly get along. Lu Yi believed that sincerity could move metal and stone. One day, he would be able to find a solution from this soul clan woman. Continuing to deduce the spirit patterns of the life origin technique, Lu Yi began to refine the twin chi linked branch array disc. The following days were calm and peaceful. Lu Yi stayed in his cave. The Soul Clan woman had no intention of running away. Moreover, after experiencing the invasion of Lu Ye's divine sea, she had given up on any thoughts of attacking Lu Yi. This was because the Soul Clan's methods had no effect on Lu Yi, so there was no need for her to do something useless. During this period, Ghost kept contacting Lu Ye's doppelganger, saying that she wanted to go to the mermaid territory to cultivate with Bai Lu. Lu Yi was annoyed and arranged a time and place with Ghost through his doppelganger. After they met, he sent her over. Now, the world was peaceful again. Unparalleled Island was undergoing construction again. Chu Xin had reorganized the entire Spirit Island and divided it into two. One part of it would be the residence and cultivation place of the island's cultivators. This part would not be open to the public. The other part would be open to the public, and many shops would be built. Lu Yi did not participate in this. However, from the information that he occasionally obtained, Chu Xin's side was progressing well. He should have reached an agreement with many factions. Now he was just waiting for the initial preparations to be completed before he could open for business. End of this chapter. Chapter 1499. If Chu Xin's plan could really be realized, then there would be no need to worry about the safety of Peerless Island in the future. At that time, there would definitely not be any blind forces that would come looking for trouble. This was because there would definitely be many industries on Peerless Island. In such an environment where the interests of various forces were intertwined, whoever dared to touch Peerless Island would be making an enemy of all the forces that had shops on Peerless Island. Therefore, in the long run, it was a very wise choice for Chu Xin to turn Peerless Island into a commercial, spiritual island. The Soul Clan woman was still unwilling to communicate with Lu Yi. Ever since he brought her back from the auction on the island of versatility, Lu Yi didn't even know her name. However, this woman had no intention of escaping or resisting. Usually, when Lu Yi stayed in the cave, she would sit quietly by the side, not making a sound or disturbing him, like a puppet. Under persistent deduction, there was finally good progress in the life origin technique. With this as the foundation, a new spiritual inscription was born. However, the effect of this spiritual inscription was somewhat strange. Without personally trying it, Lu Yi couldn't figure out its mystery. Even Lu Yi himself couldn't figure out whether this spiritual inscription was useful or not. There were thousands of spiritual inscriptions in the world. Although some spiritual inscriptions could be formed stably and could be constructed, they were actually useless. This type of spiritual inscription was generally ineffective. If it wasn't complicated, it was mostly used for practice by spiritual inscriptionists. There was no suitable target to test it on, so Lu Yi could only put it aside for the time being. Fortunately, after this period of deduction, Lu Yi had some ideas on how to remove the life origin technique. As long as he could return to the 9 regions, he could try it. After choosing the next spiritual inscription to be deduced, Lu Yi continued. On this day, an uninvited guest suddenly came to the cave. Lu Yi looked at the Soul Clan woman sitting in front of him, who was curiously looking at him. He frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" Although everyone was on Wushuang Island, Lu Yi didn't have much interaction with Ban Ci. The only interaction they had before was when Ban Ci first came to greet him. Therefore, Lu Yi didn't know why she was looking for him. It was undeniable that Ban Ci was very strong. Not to mention other things, Lu Yi didn't understand the method she used to trap a cultivator from Yu Yao. He didn't even know how she did it. Although that kind of trap didn't last long, and Ban Ci paid a price for it, it was amazing that a constellation cultivator could do this. "I want to ask you a favor." Ban Ci retracted her gaze and said seriously, "I'm not free." Lu Yi flatly refused. They were not very familiar with each other. Moreover, according to Lu Yi and Chu Xin's speculation, Ban Ci should be secretly sent by Jiu Yan to protect Chu Xin. Even if such a person was not from the carbell industry, he must have a good background. What could he help with? What if I say I can give you a decent reward? Half Ci looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi shook his head. "I don't lack spirit jades." He still had 8 million spirit jades, which was worth 10 million spirit crystals. It was enough for him in a short time. When Peerless Island was on the right track and there were profits, he would still have income. At the very least, Chu Shen would give him the spirit jades from selling the twin breath connected branches array disc. What about this? Han Ci said as she flipped her hand, and an item appeared in her hand. Lu Yi looked over and was slightly stunned because this thing looked very familiar to him. Moreover, He had seen a piece of it not too long ago. Phoenix Sky's blue crystal. This Phoenix Sky's blue crystal was bigger than the one he saw at the Island of Wonders auction. It was undoubtedly more valuable. Most importantly, this thing couldn't be bought with money. Lu Yi asked Chao Xiang to keep an eye on it for so long, but only one appeared at the last auction. Lu Yi didn't expect that after missing a piece of Phoenix Sky blue crystal at the auction, he would actually bring another piece to him. He was not tempted. Instead, he became vigilant. How do you know I need the Phoenix Sky's blue crystal? Bansi said matter-of-factly, You're a weapon cultivator. Of course you need it. That was true. No weapon cultivator would not care about the Phoenix Sky's blue crystal when they were in the late constellation stage. However, Bansi was offering such a treasure as a reward. Clearly, her task was not simple. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yi asked, What do you want me to do? If it was something else, Lu Yi wouldn't be tempted. However, Bansi's origins were mysterious and her methods were extraordinary. If even she needed help, it would be very troublesome. The Phoenix Sky's blue crystal was indeed good, but Lu Yi would not put himself in danger for it. Accompany me to a place. Bansi's words were concise. Tell me in detail. Lu Yi frowned. After hearing Bansi's explanation, Lu Yi finally understood what she wanted to do. She was in the late constellation stage and was preparing to become a Yu Yao. However, the biggest obstacle to becoming a Yu Yao was the conversion of one's spiritual power to magic power. This obstacle caused many constellation cultivators to stop at the threshold of becoming a Yu Yao. This conversion was very difficult to achieve by relying on a cultivator's own strength. Furthermore, it would take a very long time. Thus, cultivators would usually rely on external help during this process, such as spirit pills, miraculous medicines, or rare treasures. However, spirit pills and miraculous medicines that could convert a cultivator's spiritual power were extremely expensive. As for rare treasures, they could only be found by chance. The rewards from the constellation rankings were also a method. In terms of effectiveness, it was much better than any spirit pills or rare treasures. This was also the reason why many veteran constellation cultivators delayed their advancement and waited for the constellation hall to open. As long as they could leave their names on the rankings, they could borrow the power of the constellation hall to promote their Yu Yao. Bansi was preparing to go to a secret place. There was a power there that could help her speed up the conversion of her spiritual power. Thus, she needed a helper or a guard. This way, she could peacefully convert her spiritual power and not be disturbed by the outside world. After hearing Bansi's explanation, Lu Yi faintly felt that the matter was not so simple. If Bansi was really sent by Jiao Yan, she could have asked Jiao Yan for help if she wanted to convert her spiritual power. At that time, she could have just sent Yu Yao to accompany her. Why would she need to come to him and take out something like the Heavenly Phoenix blue crystal? Is that secret place dangerous? Lu Yi asked. Bansi knew what he was thinking and explained. It's a little dangerous for me because I need to withstand the power of that secret place. If I can't withstand it, I will definitely suffer backlash. However, it's not too dangerous for you. However, there might be others entering that place, so I need to ensure that I won't be disturbed while I'm refining my spiritual power. You can ask Yao. I don't know Yu Yao, and I don't have anyone I can trust. Bansi looked at Lu Yi with clear eyes. Lu Yi stared at her expressionlessly, but he couldn't see any ripples in her eyes. Could it be that he and Chu Xin's speculations were wrong? Was she not sent by Jiao Yan? Thinking about it this way, if Bansi was really sent by Jiao Yan, she shouldn't have left at this time. She should have stayed by Chu Xin's side, but in fact she never did. She also didn't show any special care or concern for Chu Xin. Why me? Lu Yi asked. You're strong enough. Pu Ku is also strong enough. In terms of strength alone, Pu Ku could be considered to be second to none in the constellation realm. Especially now The cultivators that were ranked above him on the rankings had basically all entered the Constellation Hall to advance. Don't you know what kind of person Puku is? Bansi glared at him angrily. Lu Yi didn't say anything. Of course, he knew what kind of person Puku was. Although Bansi was petite, she had a good figure and good looks. Recently, Puku had probably chatted with her a lot. Of course, Bansi didn't want to choose Puku. If you agree, when we come out of that secret place, this thing will be yours. If you don't, I can only think of another way. Bansi casually tossed the heavenly phoenix blue crystal in her hand. Where is that secret place? Lu Yi asked. I can only tell you that if we depart from here, it will take us about 3 months to reach it. As for the specific location, I can't say. When do we depart? As soon as possible. Bansi left. Lu Yi looked at the Soul Tribewoman sitting quietly by the side and walked out. Come with me. The Soul Tribewoman didn't say a word and followed obediently. The heavenly phoenix blue crystal was very attractive to Lu Yi. So, although he didn't understand why Bansi chose him to protect her, he still agreed in the end. With such a piece of heavenly phoenix blue crystal, when he advanced to Yao in the future, the Pan Mountain Saber could also be upgraded to a supreme treasure. However, before that he had to make arrangements for this Soul Tribewoman. It was not convenient to bring her along. Although she had been quiet like a puppet, Lu Yi was sure that if he encountered any danger, this Soul Tribewoman would definitely find a way to hit him when he was down. It had nothing to do with her character. If she wanted to escape, this was the only way. Lu Yi didn't want to expose some of his special tricks in front of her, but he couldn't care less now. He summoned his star boat, left the myriad phenomenon sea, and arrived on a desolate planet. Lu Yi took out the azure sea, snail, and blew it. When the misty door appeared, a ripple finally appeared on the Spiritas woman's calm face. She curiously looked at the door. Her deep eyes seemed to penetrate the door and see the world on the other side. Go in. Lu Yi gave her a push. The Soul Tribewoman stepped through the door, and Lu Yi followed closely behind. As usual, they appeared in front of the Azure Sea Snail Hall. There were still 2 mermen guarding it. Lu Yi glanced at them and knew that he couldn't persuade them, so he activated his spiritual power. After a short while, Great Elder Yen Miao sensed the commotion and arrived. Usually, Bai Lu would be the first to come. However, she was currently cultivating with Ghost and couldn't be in 2 places. Great Elder, Lu Yi bowed. End of chapter. Chapter 1500. Yen Miao looked at Lu Yi with a smile. I told you to come here often. It's been so long. Lu Yi blushed with shame. I have some trivial matters to attend to. Please forgive me, Grand Elder. What's the matter this time? Yen Miao asked. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yi would not come here. Every time he came it was for something. Lu Yi pointed at the soul woman beside him and explained the situation to Yen Miao. Yen Miao understood. So you want her to stay here before you come back. Grand Elder, if you don't like it, I can take her with me. Yen Miao said, There's nothing wrong with it. She can stay here. The soul race is not very common. They're a rare race in the universe, just like my race. Don't worry. I'll look after her personally. The soul woman's cultivation base was the same as Lu Ye's late constellation realm. Yen Miao had Ju Yao to look after her personally, so he was not afraid that she would cause any trouble. Lu Yi took out the token that controlled the soul race's restriction and handed it to Yen Miao. Then he turned around and stepped into the door, returning to the desolate planet. He did not return to Peerless Island. Instead, he took out a sound talisman and sent a message to Chu Xin, explaining the situation. Then he sent a message to Ban Si and arranged a meeting place with her. Lu Yi then left on his star boat. When he arrived at the meeting place, he did not see Ban Si. Lu Yi waited for half a day before he saw a beautiful and exquisite star boat flying over. Ban Si stood on the boat and waved at Lu Yi. Come up. Lu Yi leaped onto the boat and sat not far from Ban Si. The journey was not short, but with Ban Si driving the star boat, he did not need to worry too much. He only needed to deduce the spirit runes. Ban Si could not sit still. As they traveled, she asked, "Fellow Taoistly, I see that you're very strong. Why didn't you leave your name on the Constellation Hall ranking?" Lu Yi did not even raise his head. "Fellow Taoist, you're also quite strong. You didn't leave your name either." Ban Si smiled. "My reasons are a little special. I couldn't participate in the Constellation Hall ranking competition and missed a good opportunity. Based on Ban Si's strength, if she really participated in the Constellation Hall ranking competition, it would be easy for her to enter the Constellation Hall. She did not need to go through so much trouble to promote you, Yao. Right?" Lu Yi replied indifferently, "What a coincidence, me too." After a while, he said, "This time many powerful people have appeared in the Constellation Hall. One of them is called Fa Wuzuan. I wonder if you've heard of him." "I've heard of it." Lu Ye's expression didn't change as he casually replied, "Rumor has it that this person had to leave the Constellation Hall midway. Otherwise, he might have been able to obtain first place in the rankings. What a pity." Lu Yi didn't know why Han Si would suddenly mention Fa Wuzun. Judging from Hansi's tone and demeanor, it was probably just a casual conversation. However, Lu Yi was Fa Wuzun. Han Si mentioning this name in front of him made him a little wary. It was unknown what he thought of, but Half Si suddenly smiled and said, "Our island master has always said that Fa Wuzun is his big brother. I don't know if I'll have the chance to meet this fellow Taoist and ask him for advice in the future." Lu Yi didn't say anything else. She kept saying half a sentence, but when she didn't get a response, she probably felt bored and stopped talking. The days of traveling were rather boring. It wasn't until a month later that a worm passage suddenly appeared in front of them. Only then did Lu Yi understand why the secret place was so far away from the Matchless Island. He originally thought that the secret place was in the Wanshan Galaxy, but now it seemed that the secret place was in another galaxy. However, it made sense. With so many cultivators coming and going from the Wanshan Galaxy, if there really was a secret place, it would have been discovered long ago. Under normal circumstances, there were powerhouses from the galaxy guarding both ends of the worm passage. In terms of cultivation base, they were at least at Yu Yao's level. Firstly, it was to prevent the local cultivators from being ambushed when they entered the Wanshan Galaxy through the worm passage. Secondly, it was to prevent people with ill intentions from entering the galaxy through the worm passage. However, this wasn't the case for all of them. There were some worm passages that didn't have any powerhouses guarding them. This kind of situation usually occurred in galaxies without powerful domains. Because there were no powerhouses, it didn't matter if there were guards or not. Anyone could pass through the worm passage freely. Lu Yi didn't know what the situation was like in the galaxy opposite the worm passage. However, he guessed that there were no powerhouses there. In other words, there might not even be a constellation hall. Half Si didn't slow down all. He steered the planetary boat toward the worm passage and directly entered it. Lu Yi instinctively activated his power to protect himself. Traveling through the insect path was a very mysterious thing. During the process of traveling, there would be many strange forces squeezing around the insect path. These were usually the forces of spatial turbulence. If one was not careful and was sucked in, they could get lost. Lu Yi had experienced this once before. Back then, he was lucky enough to escape by borrowing the core of a void beast. Naturally, he didn't want to experience it again. However, as soon as he activated his energy to protect himself, a protective light screen appeared on the planetary boat. This planetary boat had a protective formation. It was clearly of high quality. Generally, low-priced planetary boats didn't have this kind of thing. During the process of traveling through the worm passage, Lu Yi felt his senses being disrupted. After an unknown amount of time, the disrupted senses suddenly disappeared. When he looked up again, What entered his vision was an unfamiliar starry sky. When he turned around, he saw the worm passage that he had come from. This is a nameless galaxy. Although there are a few native realms like this, there aren't any powerful experts here, Half CI explained casually. Her explanation matched Lu Ye's previous conjecture. Half CI looked around, then determined a direction and steered the planetary boat toward it. Half a month later, when the planetary boat passed by a small realm, Half C's aura suddenly changed. She cast a cold gaze toward that realm. Lu Yi sensed something and followed her gaze. His pupils constricted involuntarily. Although they weren't very close, with Lu Ye's current eyesight, he could still vaguely see some scenes in that realm. Half CI had already changed directions and flew towards that domain. A short while later, they passed through the clouds and arrived above a city. This was clearly a realm inhabited by living beings. However, at this moment, Lu Yi sensed that the entire city was devoid of life. Many of the buildings in the city were dilapidated, and there were traces of a great battle around the city walls. Withered corpses were strewn everywhere. Lu Yi frowned and arrived at a certain spot in the city. He looked down at a corpse in front of him. The corpse was clearly left behind by a human, so it could be confirmed that the creatures living in this domain were humans. However, this person had encountered something before he died, and there was a hole in his chest. His blood and chi had completely disappeared, so even though he had been dead for a long time, his corpse was like a mummy. The other human corpses nearby were all in the same state. Every single one of them had wounds on their bodies. It looked like something had sucked their blood dry. Lu Yi raised a hand and grabbed a white thread from one of the corpses. He didn't know what it was, but when he tugged at it, he found that it was extremely tough. In terms of quality, it was not inferior to a divine sea-level treasure. The heaven desired demonic spider's thread. Half C's expression darkened. A star beast. Lu Yi frowned. Half Ci nodded. Lu Yi was confused. Didn't they say that star beasts wouldn't invade realms? Why would they come here? Star beasts didn't have high intelligence. They only followed their instincts, just like cows eating grass and wolves eating meat. Star beasts needed the energy of the starry skies. Therefore, star beasts generally wouldn't invade the boundaries of the realms. They were active in the starry skies. This was because ordinary realms weren't attractive to star beasts, unless it was a top-level realm that could produce spirit jade veins. However, top-level realms had many powerful experts, so how could star beasts dare to invade them? Half Ci said, generally speaking, star beasts won't invade realms, but there are always some special ones. The heaven desire demonic spider is one of them. Not only do they crave starry sky energy, but they also crave vitality. The situation was very clear. A heaven desire demonic spider had come to this small realm and started a massacre. From the traces of battle left behind in the city, it was clear that there was not just one heaven desire demonic spider, but a group of them. Let's split up and see if there are any survivors, Half Ci said as he flew in a certain direction. Lu Yi flew in another direction. If they hadn't come across such a thing, it would have been fine. But since they had, as long as they had some compassion, they wouldn't leave them alone. After a while, Lu Yi found something. However, he didn't find anyone alive, but a group of heaven-desired demonic spiders. This group of spiders had gathered in the wilderness, and there were white spider webs everywhere. From the outside, the so-called heaven-desired demonic spiders didn't look much different from ordinary spiders. The only difference was that they were larger. The smallest was the size of a calf, and the largest was the size of a house. This should be a group of spiders. They weren't very strong, and the strongest was only comparable to a constellation. The rest were only in the deity ocean and true lake realm. Lu Yi didn't need to be polite with this group of spiders. He rushed forward and slashed with his saber. With his current strength, these spiders couldn't stop him. In just a few moments, the group of spiders was wiped out. He continued to move forward and used his spiritual will to search. Everywhere he went, There was no sign of life. This made Lu Ye's heart heavy. It seemed that the humans living in this small realm had been wiped out by the spiders. There were a lot of spiders. Once Lu Yi found them, he immediately eradicated them. Occasionally, he felt a battle on the other side of the realm. It should be half CI. She had obviously found the group of spiders. It wasn't until a day later that Lu Yi met up with half CI again. After a day of searching, Lu Yi didn't find a single living person. All he encountered were spiders, and they were all killed by him. Half CI was now in a dilapidated village. There were some dried corpses left here. She stood in front of a farmer's house, and her expression was somewhat helpless. "What's the situation?" Lu Yi asked. At the same time, he looked inside. Under his perception, there was a sign of life inside. This meant that there was still a living person inside. A little girl. She must have been provoked and didn't want to come out. Lu Yi stepped inside and soon came to the little girl's hiding place. End of chapter. Chapter 1501. It should be the cellar used by farmers to store food. The cellar was several feet deep and had been opened by half CI. Lu Yi came to the cellar and looked down, immediately seeing a dirty little face. The little girl looked to be only 7 or 8 years old, and he didn't know how long she had been hiding here. Her face was sallow, and it was obvious that she had been malnourished recently. If this place wasn't used to store food, she would have starved to death. In the dim environment, only a pair of eyes were still bright. The little girl was curled up at the bottom of the cellar, looking up at Lu Yi and assuming a vigilant posture, like an angry little beast. Half CI came to Lu Yi's side and looked down. I wanted to bring her up, but she didn't want to. She even punched and kicked me. I was afraid of hurting her and not using force. If it weren't for such concerns, how could half CI, a little mortal girl who had no cultivation, be so helpless? However, if half CI really wanted to use force, she wouldn't be able to resist. Lu Yi thought for a moment, then jumped into the cellar. As soon as he steadied himself, the little girl rushed up like crazy, and as half CI said, she punched and kicked him. Lu Yi silently endured, raising his hand to touch the little girl's head. But he didn't expect the other party to suddenly grab his hand and bite him. Lu Yi didn't dodge, letting her bite his hand, and didn't even use any strength to protect himself. The little girl bit his hand, staring at him fiercely with a pair of big eyes, as if he was the murderer of her family. The accusation in those eyes of blood and tears touched Lu Ye's heart, making him sigh inwardly. Although this domain was not big, there should have been at least tens of millions of humans living here. However, after a calamity, almost all of them had died. Only this little girl was still alive. He did not know whether it was a blessing or a misfortune. Pain came from his hand, but to him, this pain was no different from being bitten by an ant. He slowly raised his other hand and stroked the little girl's head. His voice was gentle as he said, "It's all right, don't be afraid." After a long time, the fierceness in the little girl's eyes gradually faded, and the strength of her bite on his hand slowly decreased. A moment later, Lu Yi picked her up and rushed out of the cellar. Such a small child had been hiding in the cellar for who knew how long. He ate, drank, and defecated in the cellar, so his entire body stank. Lu Yi didn't seem to notice. He looked at half CI and said, "Take her to take a bath." She nodded and reached out to take the child. But unexpectedly, the little girl's hands were tightly wrapped around Lu Ye's neck, unwilling to let go no matter what. She even buried her whole face into Lu Ye's chest, rubbing against Lu Ye's body until it was covered in dirt. Half CI asked curiously, "Am I that annoying?" No matter what, she was still a beauty. Previously, she had tried to bring the child out of the cellar but failed. Now that Lu Yi had brought the child out, the child actually ignored her. Lu Yi also tried to coax her, but no matter what he said, the little girl just hugged him tightly and refused to let go. The two of them looked at each other helplessly. Perhaps it was because of the great change and the fact that she had lived alone in fear for so long. The little girl was extremely vigilant. Now that Lu Yi had gained a little of her trust, she quickly developed a strong sense of dependence on Lu Yi. "Do you want to do it yourself?" Hafsi asked with a smile. Lu Yi could only do it himself. Holding the little girl, he took some water from the well, then used his arts to boil the water. He found a large wooden bucket, adjusted the temperature of the water, and put the little girl inside. "Take off your clothes and wash yourself," Lu Yi ordered her. The little girl just sat in the wooden bucket and stared at him, for fear that he would disappear in the blink of an eye. Lu Yi had a headache. He persuaded her a few more times and promised that he wouldn't leave. Only then did the little girl slowly move. After changing the water several times, the little girl washed herself clean. Hafsi found the girl's clothes in the ruins and brought them over to help her put them on. This time, she didn't have much resistance to Hafsi. After washing herself clean, the little girl walked to Lu Ye's side and reached out to pull on the corner of his clothes. She stood quietly, not making a sound. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound. Lu Yi looked down at the little girl's stomach and realized that she should be hungry, so he found some food from this region and cooked it for her to eat. After the meal, the little girl slowly fell asleep. She was very soundly asleep. Lu Yi and Hafsi were in a dilemma. The two looked at each other. After a while, Lu Yi said, "What should we do?" They were just passing by. They were going to the secret place mentioned by Hafsi, but now they saved a little girl. Such a young child who had never even been in contact with cultivation was definitely not suitable to take her with them, but it was even more inappropriate to leave her here. She was the only living person in this entire region. It would be too cruel to leave her here. Hafsi hesitated for a moment and said, "Leave it to me." Saying so, he raised his hand and took out an object. The object looked inconspicuous, like a piece of charcoal, but as Hafsi urged his spiritual power, he shone the charcoal on the little girl's body. A mysterious fluctuation came out of nowhere, and the little girl suddenly disappeared without a trace. Lu Yi stared at the charcoal in Hafsi's hand and was extremely surprised. A small world. Hafsi was also surprised. Fellow Taoist, Li's eyesight is quite good. You can actually recognize this as a small world. Lu Yi didn't speak. Of course, he didn't recognize it. He just guessed casually. He didn't expect this to really be a small world. After all, as far as he knew, only a small world could accommodate a living person. He had seen some records in the Rest Abyss Pavilion and knew that this thing was an extremely rare treasure. No one knew how this treasure was born, but from the outside, one could not see anything special about it. However, inside it was a world of its own. This world might be very small and had no offensive or defensive effects, but it had some other benefits. Accommodating living people was only one of its insignificant functions. Hafsi actually had a small world, which made Lu Yi even more unable to see through her. This thing was not something an ordinary cultivator could have. "Don't starve her to death," Lu Yi exhorted. The little girl was just a mortal and still needed to eat and drink. Even if she was taken in by Hafsi, if she was left alone for a long time, she would definitely die. "Don't worry," Hafsi replied and put away the food Lu Yi had found. Then she went to find more food and water and threw them into the small world. Without any worries, the two of them set off again. After a month or so, they finally arrived at their destination. On a huge floating continent, Hafsi put away her starboat and stood side by side with Lu Yi in front of a deep cave. "Is this the place?" Lu Yi asked. Hafsi nodded. Lu Yi looked around and didn't see anything special. Hafsi knew what he was thinking and explained with a smile. "It's precisely because there's nothing special about this place that it won't attract attention. Although this place is remote, there will always be some cultivators passing by. If it's really special, it would have been discovered long ago. There's a limit to the mysteries of that secret place. Every time it's used, it will take a long time to recover. Fellow Taoist, if you want to change your spiritual power in the future, you can come here. Lu Yi nodded. Thank you for your kindness, fellow Taoist. However, if he really wanted to change his spiritual power, he could just go to the Constellation Hall. There was no need to go through so much trouble. Let's go in, Hafsi said, and took the lead to enter the cave. Lu Yi followed, closely behind. However, after entering, Lu Yi threw out an imperial tool nearby. This was out of habit. Whenever he entered an unknown place like this, he would leave a backup plan behind. He was somewhat puzzled. Based on his recent observations of Hafsi, this woman should be from a good family. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have a small world. If that was the case, why would she choose him if she wanted someone to protect her? It also didn't make sense that she had some ulterior motives. Lu Yi didn't sense any malice from her. She even revealed the location of this secret place to him. He couldn't figure it out, so he didn't bother to think about it. The cave was very deep, and it took them dozens of breaths to reach the bottom. Hafsi, who had arrived first, had already thrown out some illuminating objects, illuminating the surroundings with hazy light. Only then did Lu Yi get a clear look at the environment. It seemed to be a huge karst cave, with strangely shaped stone pillars in all directions. Only at the very front was a strange stone slab, like a staircase, extending upwards step by step. Lu Yi looked on in amazement, because these stone slabs clearly had no point of support, yet they were still floating in the air. There were a total of 99 stone slabs, all of them extending nearly 1,000 feet into the air. On the highest level of stone slab, there was a strange stone cauldron that was emitting a hazy mist. The mist flowed out of the stone cauldron and flowed down the stone slabs like a waterfall. Hafsi carefully observed and smiled. It seems that no one has come here recently. Fellow Taoist Li, you stay here. If someone comes in, I'll have to trouble you to block them for me. Lu Yi nodded. Although the probability of this happening was low, Hafsi invited him here to guard against such a situation. There were some things that one couldn't be too careful about. In order to make sure nothing went wrong, Lu Yi immediately began to arrange a formation. Hafsi wasn't in a hurry to start. Instead, she silently sat cross-legged for a while. When Lu Yi was almost done arranging the formation, Hafsi also adjusted herself to her best state. Then she got up and walked towards the stairs. Lu Yi was very curious about how this place tempered a cultivator's spirit force, so he naturally wanted to observe it. What he saw was Hafsi raising her foot to the bottom of the stairs. But what made Lu Yi somewhat puzzled was that Hafsi seemed to be under a lot of pressure when she took this step. Because her movements were very slow, the first step landed on the stairs, and the next step only landed after 3 breaths. After standing firm, the white mist on the stairs poured into Bansi's body like a living creature and disappeared into her body. Lu Yi guessed that the white mist should be the source of the spirit force that could help people temper their spirit force. Hafsi paused for a moment, presumably to refine the power of the white mist. Then she took a step and landed on the second step. This chapter ends. Chapter 1502. Hansi's movements were very slow. Often, it would take a long time for her to take another step. Wherever she went, the hazy fog would disappear. Lu Yi was increasingly certain that the fog was the source that could help cultivators refine their spiritual power. He raised his head and looked at the strange stone cauldron at the top of the stairs. The fog was the source that helped cultivators refine their spiritual power, and the source of the fog was the stone cauldron. In other words, the stone cauldron was a treasure. If he could take the stone cauldron with him, wouldn't he be able to refine his spiritual power at any time? In the future, if any of his friends or family wanted to advance to the Yu Yao realm, they wouldn't have to bother buying those precious spirit pills. However, Lu Yi only thought about it. Hansi had known about this place for a long time, but the stone cauldron had always been there. This was undoubtedly a problem. This stone cauldron wouldn't be so easy to take. A day later, Hansi was already halfway up the stairs. At this speed, She should be able to reach the end in another 2 or 3 days. At that time, her spiritual power would change, and she would meet the conditions for advancing to the Yu Yao realm. Although this trip took a lot of time, it was just running. The reward was a piece of heavenly phoenix blue crystal, which wasn't bad. Another day later, Han Xiai had already reached the 80th step, which was about the same as Lu Ye's calculation. But at this point, the pressure on Han Xiai clearly increased. She often had to rest for a long time before she could take another step. At a certain moment, Lu Yi suddenly discovered that Hansi's body was trembling slightly. He realized that the situation wasn't good. Han Xiai seemed to have reached her limit. Upon closer inspection, her clothes were soaked in sweat and clung to her body. Lu Yi already knew that she had a good figure, but he didn't know it was this good. For a moment, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. His heart was burning, and even his gaze became aggressive. As if sensing his gaze, Hansi's body trembled even more violently. No, Lu Ye's expression suddenly became vigilant. Although he would usually take a few more glances if he encountered a beautiful female cultivator or a good figure, it was only a glance. Everyone had their own aesthetic preferences. If he encountered someone or something that suited his taste, it was normal to take a few more glances. It was an instinct. But Lu Yi never had any evil thoughts because of this. But just now he actually had some thoughts that he shouldn't have. The reason for that, Lu Yi faintly felt that this was not the case. He wanted to withdraw his gaze, but there was a voice in the depths of his heart that stopped him. It made his gaze even more aggressive, like a leech that was biting on Hansi's curvaceous body, and his mind was filled with thoughts. Lu Yi quickly calmed his mind and observed his body. There were no abnormalities. It was as if everything that happened just now was just following the actions of his heart. However, this was obviously not right. Something must have affected him. However, he had the talent tree. If any strange external force invaded his body, the talent tree would react. So far, he had only heard Bai Lu's singing in the merfolk territory, which had affected his rationality a little. But that was the mystery of the merfolk singing, which was not something the ability of the talent tree could resolve. In the end, he had relied on his strong willpower to get rid of the influence of Bai Lu's singing. But the situation this time was completely different from that time. He knew that the thoughts that emerged in his mind were wrong, but the more he wanted to restrain himself, the more difficult it was to extricate himself. He even had a kind of impatience to immerse himself in it and quickly put it into action. It could be said that the power that affected him this time was even more terrifying than Bai Lu's singing. This made one's hair stand on end. There was no abnormality in his body, so the problem was not his body. Thinking of this, Lu Yi quickly checked his spirit sea. When his soul avatar appeared, Lu Yi was slightly startled because he found that there was a pink mist floating in his spirit sea at some unknown time. Moreover, the mist was still changing according to his thoughts, constantly expanding. The more he wanted to restrain those thoughts that he shouldn't have, the faster the pink mist expanded, as if it wanted to envelop his spirit sea. And as the mist expanded, he found that his thoughts were becoming more and more crazy. Fellow Taoistly, Hansi's voice suddenly came from the stairs. Her voice was trembling, as if she was trying to endure something. Lu Yi looked up and saw that Han Xiai had turned around to face him at some unknown time. Her face was frighteningly red and her fists were tightly clenched, her nails digging into her palms and bleeding. Lu Yi could tell at a glance that she was facing the same problem as him, but her willpower was obviously as strong as his. Otherwise, she would have succumbed to the distracting thoughts that constantly emerged in her mind. It wasn't Hansi's doing. Lu Yi originally thought that Han Xiai had secretly done something, but seeing her like this, he knew he was wrong. But if it wasn't Han Xiai, then what was the problem? Before Lu Yi could ask, Han Xiai answered, "The heaven-desired demonic spider." What? Lu Yi was surprised. Han Xiai closed her eyes and her chest heaved violently. "We didn't kill all the heaven-desired demonic spiders. There are even stronger heaven-desired demonic spiders. They might have been hiding here all this time, or they might have secretly followed us here. Only by finding them and killing them can we be free. Otherwise, she didn't say what would happen, but Lu Yi knew that the result would be bad. But how could there be a heaven-desired demonic spider here? He hadn't noticed anything strange at all. As he looked around, Lu Yi was shocked to discover that there were strands of white spider silk all over the cave. They crisscrossed and weaved together, covering the entire cave. When he looked back, he saw that the entrance he and Hansi had come from was covered by a spider web. This was unbelievable. Although he had been observing Hansi's situation for the past 2 days, he hadn't let his guard down. He had no idea when these spider silk and webs had appeared. Lu Yi faintly realized that they were in big trouble this time. No matter whether the heaven-desired demonic spider had been hiding here all along or had secretly followed them here, it was definitely extremely powerful. It was very likely that it was one of Yu Yao's star beasts. Otherwise, there was no way they could have gone undetected. Forcefully suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind, Lu Yi raised his Pan Shan saber and slashed at the spider web behind him. The saber slashed down, but to Lu Ye's surprise, the seemingly weak spider web didn't seem to be affected at all. The Pan Shan saber, enhanced with the divine edge spirit mark, couldn't cut it at all. Instead, an extremely strong adhesive force came from the spider web and firmly stuck the Pan Shan saber to it. Lu Ye's spiritual energy surged and madly poured into the saber. In an instant, the Pan Shan saber ignited with violent flames. The spider web was still intact. This made Lu Yi even more certain that the heaven-desired demonic spider hiding in the dark was a Yu Yao star beast. Just the spider web alone was so strong that it couldn't be compared to the heaven-desired demonic spiders he had killed before. As the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, a few strands of spider silk suddenly flew out from the spider web toward Lu Yi. Lu Ye's eyes twitched, and he hurriedly retreated. However, the Pan Shan saber landed on the spider web and was quickly covered by it. The saber couldn't be seen anymore. This was the first time that a weapon cultivator had lost his weapon. However, in that situation, if he hadn't abandoned the saber, he would have been entangled by the spider silk. The spider silk came from all directions, and Lu Yi had to dodge it in a very sorry state. His current situation wasn't optimistic. On one hand, he had to fight with the various distracting thoughts in the depths of his heart. The more he fought, the more violent they became. On the other hand, he had to dodge the spider silk and search for the heaven-desired demonic spider. In just a few moments, Lu Yi felt a little weak. With the support of the insight spirit tattoo, Lu Yi couldn't even see a shadow, let alone the heaven-desired demonic spider. In this situation, if he wanted to escape, he could use the imperial equipment he had left outside the cave to activate the void spirit tattoo. However, if he left like this, the Pan Shan saber would be gone. Moreover, if he left Bansi here alone, she would definitely die. Bansi's situation was even worse. Although she was also dodging the spider silk, the various desires in her heart were obviously affecting her greatly. Thus, it didn't take long for one of her hands to be entangled by the spider silk. This time, the situation was even worse. A few more strands of spider silk came, and Bansi couldn't dodge them anymore. Her hands and legs were tightly bound. When Lu Yi saw this, he knew that she was finished. He was afraid that Bansi would die in the next moment. However, what puzzled Lu Yi was that after binding Bansi, the heaven-desired demonic spider didn't have any intention of killing her. And judging from Bansi's expression, she didn't seem to be very flustered. Her eyes had already become extremely blurred, like spring water, but the expression on her face was one of extreme shame and indignation. The moment her entire body was bound, the shame and indignation disappeared and was replaced by a resolute determination, as if she had made up her mind. Li Tai Bai, do you know why it didn't kill us? Bansi suddenly asked. I don't know. Lu Yi was dodging the spider silk attacks from all directions. He was also puzzled by Bansi's question. At this moment, if the heaven-desired demonic spider wanted to kill Bansiai, it could do so easily. Moreover, Lu Yi could feel that the spider silk attacking him only wanted to trap him and didn't have any intention of hurting or killing him. The heaven-desired demonic spider hiding in the dark didn't have any intention of killing him, because it wants to suck our blood essence. Bansiai explained, even if it kills us, it can still suck our blood. Lu Yi said, it's not the same. Bansiai shook her head. This is a moon jade stage heaven-desired demonic spider. Ordinary blood essence doesn't have much of an attraction to it. What it wants is blood essence that has reached the peak of passion. That's what it desires, especially since we're both late constellation stage cultivators, is undoubtedly very attractive to it. Now that it's hiding in the dark, you and I won't be able to find it. And before it succeeds, it won't easily show itself. End of chapter. Chapter 1503. Lu Yi didn't know where Hansi Ai got this information from, because even in the Mini-Man's Rest Abyss Pavilion, he hadn't seen any records of this. However, along the way, Hansi's knowledge and experience had left a deep impression on Lu Yi. Since she said so, then it must be true. What should I do? Lu Yi dodged the spider silk in a sorry state, feeling like he couldn't hold on any longer. There wasn't much space to move around in here, and the exit was tightly sealed by the spider web. Unless he used the Imperial tool he left outside to activate the Void spirit pattern, he wouldn't be able to escape. But if he really did that, he would definitely lose the Pan Mountain Blade, and Hansi Ai would also be in danger. Most importantly, the distracting thoughts in his heart were extremely fierce, causing a great impact on his mind. This was something he had never encountered before. Lure it out. Hansi Ai said through gritted teeth. Lu Yi saw through her intentions, and the last bit of determination in his heart abruptly loosened. This caused his movements to become slightly sluggish, and a strand of spider silk immediately bound him tightly. More strands of spider silk floated over and stuck to Lu Ye's body. Lu Yi tried to break free, but he was powerless. He looked at Hansi Ai with a complicated expression. Your information better be right. Because if the information was wrong, he might be fine and he could just teleport away, but Hansi's sacrifice would be great. However, this was still hope, and it was better than leaving Hansi Ai here alone. Hansi Ai closed her eyes, as if she had accepted her fate. When a tearing sound came out, the spider silk stuck to Hansi's body suddenly exerted force and tore her clothes to shreds. She wasn't the only one who encountered this. Lu Yi also encountered this. Then Lu Yi found that his entire body was out of control. Under the control of the spider silk stuck to his body, he seemed to have become a puppet. Hansi's situation was clearly the same. Hansi Ai, who had already reached the 80th step, trembled. Under the control of the spider silk, she stiffly floated down and landed in front of Lu Yi. Hansi's long eyelashes trembled. Although she had expected this and was mentally prepared when it really happened, she still felt ashamed and angry. Originally, she had only asked Li Tai-bai to accompany her here to test him because she suspected that Li Tai-bai might be another person she knew. If that was the case, she might need to try to rope him in, but she didn't expect things to develop to this point. However, she couldn't think of any other way to lure the heaven-desired demonic spider out, especially when she was bound by the spider silk. The burning gaze and aura from the other side made her tremble. Normally, such a gaze would be extremely disgusting, but under the influence of the heaven-desired demonic spider, she found that she couldn't feel disgusted, and instead, she felt a bit happy. She opened her eyes abruptly and looked at Lu Yi in front of her in a daze. Then her face changed rapidly. Lu Yi was surprised to find that the Hansi Ai she usually saw was not her true appearance. She had used some mysterious method to change her appearance. Normally, Hansi's appearance was not bad, but her real appearance was even more beautiful. It was an indescribable beauty. In comparison, Lu Yi had seen Hansi Ai as a bit playful in the past, but now she was even more graceful. Without a sound, the two marionettes approached each other quickly. The scorching aura spread out in the cave. They were completely intoxicated, as if they were about to fall into it completely. Even the changes of the sun and the moon outside could not affect them at all, until a certain moment, a hairy claw covered in barbs appeared out of thin air. Before this, neither Lu Yi nor Han Sai had noticed it, and when it appeared, the two of them didn't have time to react. The claw was like a bolt of lightning, piercing through Lu Ye's chest and then into Hansi's body, who was clinging to Lu Yi. Even their late Constellation Realm bodies were like paper in front of this sudden attack, and they were skewered together. Pleasure and pain assaulted them at the same time, and they both groaned. However, thanks to the intense pain, their almost blurred eyes suddenly regained a trace of clarity. Hansi looked past Lu Ye's shoulder and stared behind him. Although she couldn't see the heaven-desired demonic spider, she knew that it was hiding there. She opened her mouth and shot out a beam of golden light. She didn't know what kind of treasure it was, but it was extremely powerful. Hansi had been preparing for this moment, so it could be said that she was going all out in this attack. This was also the attack she relied on to turn defeat into victory. This was an attack that even Yu Yao couldn't ignore. If this attack didn't work, then she and Lu Yi could only wait for death. At almost the same time Hansi moved, Lu Yi also activated the power of his innate skill tree. His deity Si, which was filled with pink mist, suddenly burst into flames. The color and nature of these flames were exactly the same as the flames burning on his innate skill tree. In the past, the innate skill tree could only burn away the impurities that invaded the body, and it couldn't be used in the deity Si. But after the innate skill tree's third transformation, Lu Yi discovered that the innate skill tree's power could be used in the deity Si. This was a coincidental discovery, but Lu Yi had never used it before. Previously, when the Spiritas woman invaded his deity Si, if Lu Yi had used it, her soul would have been burned to ashes. The merfolk's song was ethereal, and the innate skill tree's power was useless. But now, the pink mist that invaded his deity Si was something that the innate skill tree could burn. When he first discovered the pink mist, Lu Yi had considered whether he should use the innate skill tree's power. But at that time, the heaven-desired demonic spider was hiding in the dark. Even if he used it, he couldn't find the heaven-desired demonic spider, so he could only endure. Lu Yi didn't know what the pink mist was, but since it could invade his deity Si, it was most likely the heaven-desired demonic spider's spiritual power. So, Lu Yi deduced that once the pink mist was burned, the heaven-desired demonic spider's fate would not be good. Lu Ye's guess was right. When the innate skill tree's flame in his deity Si began to burn, a sharp sound suddenly rang out. Then he felt an extremely powerful aura behind him. Facing him, Hansi saw it even more clearly because the heaven-desired demonic spider, which was supposed to be invisible, was suddenly exposed. Moreover, it seemed to be injured, and it began to hiss violently. At this time, Hansi was about to unleash her long-prepared attack. Originally, when the heaven-desired demonic spider did not reveal itself, she didn't have much confidence in her attack. But when the golden light shot out, the heaven-desired demonic spider's figure was revealed. With a thought, Hansi controlled her golden light to fly straight into the heaven-desired demonic spider's open mouth. Green blood splattered, and the heaven-desired demonic spider became more and more painful. Its ferocious mouth became tattered. Hansi's heart sank because she found that although her attack had caused a certain degree of damage to the heaven-desired demonic spider, it was not fatal. After all, the difference in strength was too great. It's over. The heaven-desired demonic spider was in pain and retreated. The claws that had strung Lu Yi and Hansi together were also pulled out of their bodies. Blood spurted out, and Lu Yi did not have time to check his injuries. Under his high concentration, he did not even feel the pain of his wounds. He raised his hand and summoned the sword gourd. The mountain pan-saber was bound in the spider web, and now the only thing he could quickly use that could pose a threat to the heaven-desired demonic spider was the sword gourd. The mouth of the sword gourd was aimed in the direction of the heaven-desired demonic spider, and with a surge of spiritual power, 9 sharp and unparalleled sword chi suddenly shot out. The target of the attack was the heaven-desired demonic spider's tattered mouth, which was its only weakness. These 9 sword chi were derived from the sword gourd after swallowing the withered skeleton general's magic treasure sword. Lu Yi had never used them before, and compared to the other sword chi in the sword gourd, these 9 sword chi were especially powerful. The 9 sword chi simultaneously blasted into the heaven-desired demonic spider's mouth. Lu Yi could vaguely hear some of its internal organs being torn and destroyed. The heaven-desired demonic spider hissed even louder. It was obvious that this attack had caused it no small amount of damage. This was not the end. Lu Ye's other hand held a short arrow. This was a rare treasure that he had won at a high price from the auction on the Island of Wonders not long ago. It was a treasure that could pose a threat to Yu Yao. However, although this thing was powerful, it had a drawback that could not be ignored. That was, it needed to store up energy. Unlike the sword gourd, which Lu Yi could activate with a thought, the short arrow required Lu Yi to activate enough spiritual power to display its full power. This was the drawback of all rare treasures, including the talisman. As he released the sword gourd sword chi, Lu Yi had already activated his spiritual power and poured it into the short arrow. When the power of the 9 sword chi was exhausted, the short arrow was activated. The short arrow in Lu Ye's hand shook slightly, turned into a stream of light, and instantly arrived in front of the heaven-desired demonic spider. Normally, with the strength of the heaven-desired demonic spider, whether it was the sword chi of the sword gourd or the short arrow, there would not be much of a threat to it. Even a blow that Lu Yi had prepared for a long time might not be able to hurt it. But Lu Yi had used the power of the talent tree to incinerate the pink mist that had invaded its divine sea, causing it a great deal of trouble. The pink mist was the manifestation of its spiritual energy, and when it was incinerated by the talent tree, its spiritual energy was injured. Under the pain, its reactions were naturally much slower. The short arrow also pierced into the heaven-desired demonic spider's mouth. As expected of a rare treasure, the power of this blow was even stronger than the 9 sword chi of the sword gourd. It directly pierced through the heaven-desired demonic spider's body and came out from behind. In a short moment, Lu Yi and Bansi had launched 3 waves of powerful attacks. Even though they had the intention to attack, the powerful heaven-desired demonic spider was still beaten dizzy and disoriented. Its body was injured and it could not stop hissing. End of chapter. Chapter 1504. However, the vitality of the star beasts of the Moon Jade realm was extremely strong. Even if it was heavily injured, it was not in danger of dying. Under the pain, the demon spider waved its claws, the sharp barbs on its claws flashing with a cold light. Lu Yi immediately turned around and hugged the obviously weak Han Xiai behind him. Her soft body was in his arms, but he did not have the heart to feel it. Behind the demon spider, there were layers of holy protection spirit inscriptions. The demon spider waved its claws, shattering the layers of holy guard spirit patterns. Lu Yi felt a sharp pain on his back as a foot-long wound appeared. Even the flesh around the wound was gouged out by the barbs on the claws. Using the force from behind, the 2 rolled to the side. Asterisk sha, sha, sha. Asterisk the demon spider rushed over with its claws, looking extremely angry. Han Xiai, who struggled to get up, could not help but sigh. In the end, she was powerless. Then she saw the naked Lu Yi standing in front of her, and as far as her eyes could see, the hideous wound on his back was bleeding. The next moment, she showed a look of astonishment because Lu Yi suddenly took out a ball-like thing. Under the surge of spiritual power, the ball-like thing suddenly collapsed and then wrapped around his body. In an instant, a 3-foot-tall, scarlet figure appeared in her field of vision. A wild and overbearing aura filled the air. The aura was so substantial that it caused the void around the figure to distort slightly. The tall figure covered the demon spider's ugliness, but also cut off its fierceness, giving Hansi Ai an inexplicable sense of security. Yen armor. Hansi Ai was experienced and knowledgeable, so naturally she could tell at a glance that this was a full-body armor. In the starry sky, although there were not many cultivators of the Yen Shi school, there were still quite a few of them. She had seen many of the best Yen armors, but few of them could be compared to the one in front of her. Gorgeous, wild, soaring to the sky, as if it could poke a hole in the sky. She immediately realized that this armor was probably extraordinary because she sensed a strange aura from it, and it was the aura of an extremely formidable, ferocious beast. Lu Yi hadn't used the Dragon Emperor in a long time, mainly because he hadn't had the opportunity to do so. However, he didn't have the Pan Shan knife, and the Sword Gord's 9 most powerful sword chis had been activated. Other than using the Dragon Emperor, the only thing he could think of was activating the Red Talisman. However, the Red Talisman was precious, and Lu Yi was somewhat reluctant to use it. He could only use the Dragon Emperor. With the dragon throne draped over his body, Lu Yi raised his hand and grabbed the dragon spine saber in his hand. The exaggerated long saber matched the sleek design of his armor. Not far in front of him was a ferocious star beast pouncing toward him. Their auras intertwined and collided, rendering the small karst cave an atmosphere of either death or destruction. Facing the huge demon spider, Lu Yi stepped forward and swung the dragon spine saber, heavily striking the demon spider's back. However, this powerful strike didn't do much to the demon spider, only leaving a shallow wound on its back. This guy's back didn't seem to have a strong defense, but as a Jade Moonstar beast, its physical body was extremely strong. Lu Yi was inevitably at a disadvantage when fighting it with the power of a constellation. When the dragon spine saber struck, the demon spider's claws stabbed at him like lightning. Lu Yi wanted to dodge, but he couldn't and was directly hit. Fortunately, the Dragon Emperor's material was good. This time, Lu Yi only suffered a shock, but it didn't do much damage to him. Lu Yi felt confident. As long as the Dragon Emperor could block the demon spider's attack, then he would have a chance to kill this guy. He realized that he had always underestimated the Dragon Emperor. When he obtained it, he was only in the true lake realm. At that time, he barely managed to activate the Dragon Emperor's attack, but he was already exhausted. At that time, Lu Yi realized that with his strength, he couldn't unleash the full power of the Dragon Emperor. He had used it when he was in the Divine Sea Realm, but he still couldn't support it. At that time, Lu Yi wondered if he could only withstand the pressure of using the Dragon Emperor after reaching the Constellation Realm. But now he was already in the late Constellation Realm. When he used the Dragon Emperor, the consumption was still terrifying. He couldn't last long. The magic of this crescent armor was beyond his imagination. In the cave, Lu Yi and the demon spider were locked in a fierce battle. Half-Ci leaned weakly against the cave wall, dumbfounded. She had never imagined that a constellation would be able to contend against Yu Yao in such a manner. Admittedly, this constellation was currently borrowing the power of a powerful armor. At the same time, the Yu Yao star beast was heavily injured. However, if the constellation's foundation was not strong enough, no matter how much external power it borrowed, no matter how heavily injured its enemy was, it would still be impossible for it to be a match for the constellation. However, under her observation, the battle on the other side was actually in a state of being evenly matched. Previously, when Peerless Island was attacked, she knew that Li Tai Bai was very strong, but she never thought that Li Tai Bai was strong to this extent. This was beyond the Constellation Realm's capabilities. As time passed, Lu Ye's side slowly gained the upper hand. It wasn't that Yu Yao wasn't strong enough, but that the demon spider was seriously injured. Disregarding the irreparable damage to Yu Yao from having her spiritual energy incinerated, just half-Ci's attack, Lu Ye's 9 sword chi and the short arrow were enough to make her suffer. To Yu Yao, this kind of injury wasn't fatal, but it greatly affected her ability to display her strength. At this point in the fierce battle, the demon spider also felt that things were not good. Although it didn't have much intelligence, it had the instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. It repeatedly tried to escape, but how could Lu Yi, who had the upper hand, give it the chance? He waved his saber, enveloping the demon spider in his saber momentum. The saber momentum was endless. It was the essence of the myriad tidal waves. Coupled with the might of the Dragon Emperor, it was enough for Lu Yi as a constellation realm cultivator to contend with a greatly weakened Jade Moon Star Beast. After fighting for a long time, Lu Yi finally found a good opportunity. The dragon spine saber stabbed into the demon spider's body through its mouth, and the saber directly pierced through the back of the demon spider's head. The demon spider's claws constantly jabbed at Lu Yi, causing his body to shake violently, but he didn't take a single step back. Instead, he poured his strength into the dragon spine saber, causing the blade to ignite with raging flames. Gradually, the demon spider's resistance weakened until it completely subsided. Only then did Lu Yi pull out the dragon spine saber and take a few steps back. Blood dripped from the saber. Lu Yi released his divine sense and confirmed that the demon was dead. Only then did Lu Yi let out a long sigh of relief. He untied the dragon throne and put away the dragon spine saber. Then his body wobbled for a while before he slowly sat down. His face was pale and there was a hole in his chest. It was the demon spider's first sneak attack. Fortunately, his heart wasn't injured. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, Lu Ye's strength would have been greatly reduced, and he wouldn't have been able to continue fighting. On his back, there was a bone-deep wound. In addition, his whole body was in unbearable pain and extremely weak. First, it was the after effect of using the Dragon Emperor. Once this thing was brought out, it would constantly consume and devour his foundation at a terrifying speed. Second, he was also injured by the demon spider's counterattack. Although the Dragon Emperor's defense was strong, the power of the demon spider's counterattack could not be resolved. At this moment, Lu Yi felt that his whole body was falling apart. Looking up at Ban Sai, their eyes met and they were speechless. Lu Yi took out a healing pill, stuffed it into his mouth, and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. Seeing that he wouldn't die for a while, Ban Sai was relieved and began to recover. Time passed. During this time, Lu Yi felt that there was some movement on Ban Sai's side, but he ignored it. He was seriously injured in this battle. Even if he was in the late constellation realm, it would take a few days to recover. A few days later, when Lu Yi was full of energy again, he opened his eyes, but Ban Sai had already disappeared. When the woman left, Lu Yi noticed it, but he didn't stop her. After what happened before, Lu Yi also didn't want to face her. It didn't seem like a bad idea to part ways like this. However, Ban Sai obviously didn't achieve her goal this time, because she didn't reach the top of the stairs. In the current situation, it was not suitable for her to continue. Perhaps she would come again in the future. After all, advancing to the Yu Yao realm wasn't something that could be done in a short time. Lu Yi lowered his head to check his injuries. He had basically recovered. He took out a new set of clothes and put them on. Then he walked to the entrance of the cave and retrieved the Pan Shan saber. When the demon spider was still alive, the Pan Shan saber was tightly wrapped in spider silk. Now that the demon spider was dead, the spider silk seemed to have lost its original power and was easily torn apart. Hanging the Pan Shan saber at his waist, Lu Yi came to the demon spider's corpse. The demon beasts in the domain had Yao cores, while the star beasts in the starry sky had crystal cores. They were essentially the same thing. Many star beasts' crystal cores were useful, especially the star beasts of the Yu Yao realm. They were worth some money. Lu Yi searched for a while and took the crystal core out of the demon spider's body. Although the demon spider was huge, its crystal core was only the size of a fist. Lu Yi looked up at the stone cauldron at the top of the stairs. Although he knew it was impossible, he still couldn't help but want to try. This thing was a treasure. If he could take it away, It would be convenient for someone around him to advance to the Yao realm in the future. He stepped up the stairs. Originally, he was vigilant because when he saw Bansiai move, she seemed to be under a lot of pressure. But when he went up, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. He easily reached the 80 or so steps. This was where Bansiai had stopped before. If he went up, he would be shrouded in the mist that flowed out of the stone cauldron. When Lu Yi took another step, he suddenly felt a huge pressure on his body. He couldn't help but lower his body. Hurriedly, he circulated the spirit power in his body to avoid the fate of falling. The mist on the stairs seemed to be attracted, gathering towards Lu Yi and entering his body. Lu Yi silently sensed for a moment and was slightly surprised, because the moment the mist rushed into his body, he felt a strange force acting on his spirit power and madly condensing it. End of chapter. Chapter 1505. Under the effects of that mysterious mist, Lu Yi could clearly feel his spiritual power being compressed and tempered. This was most likely the source of the transformation of spiritual power into magic power. Once the spiritual power in a cultivator's body was completely transformed into magic power, the cultivator would have the ability to evolve into Yu Yao. Lu Yi had only recently ascended to the late-stage constellation realm. Furthermore, he hadn't cultivated properly since his ascension, so his bone marrow was far from being refined to its peak. There was still a long way to go before he could evolve into Yu Yao. However, if the spiritual power in his body could become more condensed, it would also be beneficial to him. At the very least, it would be much easier for him to evolve into Yu Yao in the future. Thus, even though Lu Yi felt the pressure, he didn't retreat. Instead, he continued to ascend. Step by step, Lu Yi walked very slowly with each step. It wasn't until an entire day later that Lu Yi finally reached the top of the stairs. The mysterious stone cauldron was right in front of him. This thing wasn't very big, only about the size of a water tank. It rested on the highest step. When he looked down, he could clearly see the mysterious mist emanating from the stone cauldron. Just as he had guessed, this stone cauldron was the source of this mysterious mist. He spread his arms and hugged the stone cauldron. He tried to lift it up, but it didn't budge at all. He couldn't help but increase his strength, but he still couldn't budge it in the slightest. Lu Yi couldn't help but feel puzzled. He looked around and found that the stone cauldron didn't seem to be attached to the stairs. It was just sitting there, but for some reason, they seemed to have grown together. Unwilling to give up, he summoned the dragon throne and tried again, but he still couldn't move it. Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. As expected, if this thing could really be moved, it probably wouldn't have been left here for so long. Han Xiai had already thought of a way to move it. He couldn't move the stone cauldron, and the mysterious mist emanating from the stone cauldron had already been exhausted. He didn't know when it would recover, so there was no need to stay here any longer. Lu Yi exited the cave, summoned his star boat, determined the direction, and flew off into the depths of the starry sky. He had come with the two of them, but now he was going back alone and helpless. Speaking of which, Han Xiai had invited him here to protect her so that she wouldn't be disturbed while she was refining her spiritual power. However, such a mishap had occurred instead. The promised reward was probably gone as well. Fortunately, he had recorded the route on his way here. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know how to return at this time. It took him less than 3 months to get here, and it took him about the same amount of time to get back. The entire journey was dull and tedious. When Lu Yi returned to the 10,000 Elephant Sea and arrived at the unparalleled island, he almost thought that he had come to the wrong place. He took out the star map and compared it seriously. Only then did he confirm that the spiritual island in front of him was the unparalleled island. Compared to when he left half a year ago, the current unparalleled island had obviously undergone earth-shaking changes. The spiritual island was filled with streets and shops. Cultivators walked in and out from time to time. Although it was not as grand as the island of versatility, it was still quite lively. This was especially true of one particular shop. Cultivators were lined up in a long line outside of it. But the strange thing was that the door of the shop was closed. It was clear that the shop was not open yet. Lu Yi looked at the signboard of the shop and saw 5 words written on it. Kindred Spirit Linking Branches. Lu Yi immediately understood what this shop was selling. It was obvious that Chu Xin was carrying out his previous plan to sell the Kindred Spirit Linking Formation disc to attract the popularity of the Unparalleled Island. From the looks of it, it was undoubtedly very good. How many constellations were there in the 10,000 Elephant Sea? However, there were not many treasures that could significantly increase the strength of a team. The Kindred Spirit Linking Formation disc was the most well-known one. Although a few top forces had started to sell this item, the quantity was limited and the price was not cheap. It could be said that as long as any force sold the formation disc, it would be able to attract a lot of popularity in a short period of time. The long line of cultivators was all for this reason. The Unparalleled Island was obviously standing in the wind. The cultivators who were attracted by the formation disc became the popularity of the Unparalleled Island. With popularity, there would naturally be transactions. It was easy to use this to attract the major forces to set up shop on the Unparalleled Island. At the moment, there were many shops on the Unparalleled Island. However, most of them were still empty. Only a small portion of them had opened for business. However, this was not a big problem. As long as the popularity of the Unparalleled Island could be maintained, the other forces would see the potential of the Unparalleled Island. Even if Chu Xin did not approach them, they would take the initiative to ask for cooperation. In just half a year, the Unparalleled Island was obviously on the right track. As long as they could maintain this popularity and allow more forces to maintain a cooperative relationship with the Unparalleled Island, it would be difficult for others to have designs on this island in the future. For countless years in the 10,000 Elephant Sea, there had never been a spiritual island that rose so quickly. The Unparalleled Island could be said to be the first since the beginning of time. Lu Yi also saw 3 different ferry ports on the Unparalleled Island. The cultivators who came from the outside had to pass through the ferry ports before they could enter the island. However, unlike the 10,000 Elephant Island, the Unparalleled Island was currently gathering popularity. Hence, the ferry ports had not started to collect spiritual jades. Naturally, Lu Yi did not need to enter through the ferry ports. He had the nameplate of the Unparalleled Island and was considered a member of the Unparalleled Island. He could directly pass through the protective formation and enter the island. The moment he entered the formation, Chu Xin, who was discussing cooperation with a group of representatives, sensed his presence. He could not help but be delighted. However, he could not leave for the time being and could only speed up the pace of the discussion. After not returning for half a year, Lu Yi realized that the starry sky energy of the Unparalleled Island was much richer than when he left. Although it was still at the level of a middle-grade spiritual island, as long as this momentum was maintained, it would not take long for it to become a high-grade spiritual island. At that time, the value of the Unparalleled Island would definitely be greater. At this point, Lu Ye's plan to use the minor constellation hall to create a spiritual island was considered a success. However, as to what the Unparalleled Island would eventually become, it would take a long time to observe. A high-grade spiritual island was not far away. Whether it could become a top-grade spiritual island like the 10,000 Elephant Island was still unknown, as a top-grade spiritual island was related to spiritual jade mines. Lu Yi was not sure if the minor constellation hall could achieve this. Lu Yi was not in a hurry to return to his cave. Since he had nothing to do, he strolled around the shops. In the past, if he wanted to buy anything, he would go to the 10,000 Elephant Island. However, in the future, if the Unparalleled Island had enough shops and goods, it would be more convenient for him to buy anything he wanted. After walking around for half a day, Lu Yi realized that the shops on the Unparalleled Island had a wide variety of products. It was already quite impressive. Of course, it was still far from the 10,000 Elephant Island. However, this was just the beginning. At the very least, the unparalleled island could provide everything the cultivators needed for their daily cultivation. There were also many cultivators doing business in the shops. The cultivators of the matchless island were patrolling the area to maintain the peace of the island. However, with a mid-stage moon jade cultivator like Tang Jun overseeing the island, no one dared to cause any trouble, lest they bring trouble upon themselves. Therefore, although the unparalleled island was quite popular now, everything was in order. After walking around for a while, Lu Yi returned to his cave. Thanks to Chu Shen's previous plan, the second half of the unparalleled island was not open to the public. Therefore, it was very quiet here. After a while, Chu Shen ran over excitedly. "Big brother!" Lu Yi nodded slightly and praised him. "Well done." Chu Shen smiled. "It's all thanks to Big Brother's strong support." If Lu Yi was not willing to let him stay here with little dumb and crooked teeth, he would not have anything to do with the unparalleled island. Not to mention that the popularity of the unparalleled island was basically gathered by the twin chi connection disk. Without the disk array provided by Lu Yi, the unparalleled island was just a pure spiritual island. With the disk array, Chu Shen had the opportunity to build the unparalleled island into what it was now. Chu Shen did not come to ask for credit. He just came to report the development of the unparalleled island in the past 6 months to Lu Yi. Lu Yi was not interested in these. He just took out a storage ring and handed it to him. On the way back, Lu Yi did nothing else except to deduce the spirit inscriptions and refine the disk array. Chu Shen took it and inspected it, a look of joy appearing on his face. Not bothering to refuse Lu Yi, he happily put it away and said, "Big brother, although there are some profits from selling array discs and the shops, I want to keep them and use them to develop Peerless Island first. When there are more profits in the future, I will share them with Big Brother. What does Big Brother think?" The unparalleled island is indeed in need of money. You can make the decision yourself. Although Lu Yi needed to spend some spiritual jades recently, the development of the unparalleled island was undoubtedly more important. "Then I will do as I think." Lu Yi asked casually, "Is Bansi back?" Chu Shen said, "She is back. I asked her before why she didn't come back with you. She said you were delayed by something." Chu Shen knew that Bansi left with Lu Yi. When Bansi left at that time, she specifically told Chu Shen. Speaking of Bansi, Chu Shen lowered his voice and said, "Brother, what is the background of Senior's sister Bansi? You have been with her all this time. Have you tried to find out if she was sent by my mother?" Lu Yi shook his head. "I don't know. If you want to know, you can ask her yourself." Chu Shen's face was bitter. It's not easy to ask. Lu Yi did not know what he was worried about. He asked again, "Where is Pu Ku?" He did not sense Pu Ku's aura. As for Ghost, she was sent to the mermaid territory by him. Without him, she would not be able to come back. As for Pu Ku, Lu Yi did not see him. He did not know what this guy was doing. Chu Shen's expression was a little strange. Senior brother Pu seems to be hiding. Hiding from what? Lu Yi did not understand. Chu Shen said, "Senior brother Pu has an arranged marriage. Not long ago, the other party came to look for him, and then senior brother Pu ran away." Lu Yi was stunned. He thought that Pu Ku's arranged marriage was probably very ugly. Otherwise, why would he run away? End of chapter. Chapter 1506. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly sensed Yu Yao's aura rapidly approaching them. Lu Yi frowned. This was because he sensed that Yu Yao's aura wasn't Tang Jun's. Meanwhile, Chu Shen's face twitched. "You're right. Big brother, you're on your own." As he said this, he hurriedly got up and fled, as if he was very scared. He rushed out of the cave, but he was still blocked. Then, Lu Yi heard Chu Shen's humble voice. "Senior Sister Wan." A cold voice rang out. "Li Tai-bai has returned." Chu Shen feigned ignorance. "Ah, out of the way." As soon as she finished speaking, her clothes fluttered. Then, Lu Yi discovered that a slender figure had appeared in front of him. He looked up and carefully sized her up. He was momentarily surprised because he discovered that not only was this woman not ugly, but she was also extremely beautiful. Moreover, her figure was outstanding. She was large where she should be, and round where she should be. Even among cultivators, this woman's beauty was extremely eye-catching. Her hair was tied up in a high ponytail, and her clothes clung to her body. She appeared very capable and experienced. Lu Yi could even sense an extremely sharp aura from her body. This aura gave Lu Yi a somewhat familiar feeling. A sword cultivator. Lu Yi immediately understood. This woman was definitely a sword cultivator. He didn't quite understand. This kind of woman was Pu Ke's favorite type. Moreover, since it was an arranged marriage, why was Pu Ke avoiding her? The woman was very tall, and she looked down at Lu Yi from above. Her cold voice rang out. "Yurli Tai Bai?" Lu Yi nodded slightly. The woman said, "I heard that you have the best relationship with Pu Ke here. Do you know where he is?" Lu Yi shook his head. He had just returned from outside. Who the hell knew where Pu Ke had run off to? Can you help me ask around and find out where he is? No. Lu Yi decisively refused. Regardless of why Pu Ke was avoiding this woman, as Pu Ke's friend, Lu Yi naturally couldn't do such a thing. Then, help me pass a message to him. He can't run away. Even if he has to go to the ends of the earth, I will find him. After the woman finished speaking, she turned around and left. She didn't want to make things difficult for Lu Yi. After the woman left, Lu Yi frowned. He didn't sense any malice from the woman. In other words, she didn't really want to do anything to Pu Ke. However, he didn't know what Pu Ke had done to her to make her so concerned. He must have abandoned her after playing with her. Lu Yi guessed that with Parker's character, there was a high chance that he would do something like this. He took out the musical note and tried to contact Pu Ke. Not long after, Pu Ke replied, "What's up?" "A woman is looking for you. Want to, right? She really went to find you. She didn't make things difficult for you, did she?" Lu Yi didn't know what the woman's name was. She didn't say anything, but Chu Xin did call her senior sister Wan. "No, I'm just trying to find out your whereabouts." "That's good. What did she say?" "She asked me to pass you a message." Lu Yi originally told him. Pu Ke was silent for a long time before replying. "I can't stay in the 10,000 elephant sea. Brotherly, I'm preparing to run away. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Lu Yi was surprised. "I think that woman isn't bad. She's your type. Why are you hiding from her?" "AI, it's a long story." Pu Ke's tone was full of distress. After his explanation, Lu Yi finally understood what Pu Ke was thinking. That Wan Tu was indeed betrothed to Pu Ke. In terms of talent and cultivation, she wasn't any worse than Pu Ke. In fact, she was even stronger than him. However, the woman was 10 years older than him. Pu Ke had been by Wan Tu's side since he was very young. It could be said that Wan Tu had raised him single-handedly. To Pu Ke, Wan Tu was like his own sister. If it were any other woman of such beauty, Pu Ke would have been more than happy to accept. However, he really didn't have any thoughts about Wan Tuesday. As for abandoning her, that was even more impossible. Moreover, brotherly, you know that I have great ambitions. I want to drink all the water in one scoop. How could I hang myself on a single tree? Lu Yi had already experienced his ambition and knew that it was true. With Pu Ke's personality, if he wasn't allowed to sleep in a brothel, it would be worse than killing him. After ending the communication with Pu Ke, Lu Yi left the cave. He was powerless to interfere with Pu Ke's future. The starry sky was vast. After this farewell, they might not have the chance to meet again in the future. However, cultivators were like this. On the road of life, they always had to experience all kinds of people and things. Meeting, getting to know each other, making friends, and parting were commonplace. Everyone was moving forward. If they were fated to meet again, they would naturally be happy. If they weren't fated to meet again, it would just be a memory in their hearts. Flying out of the 10,000 elephant sea, he found the desolate star from last time and came to a hidden place. He blew the azure sea snail and opened the door to the merfolk territory. Through the door, he came to the heavenly snail hall. Ignoring the 2 male merfolk who stayed behind, Lu Yi directly urged his power and waited quietly. In just a moment, great elder Yen Miao, who had sensed the commotion, rushed over. Behind him was the Spiritas woman with long hair that reached her ankles. Lu Yi had come this time to bring the Spiritas woman back. It was not a good idea to keep her here. After bowing to Yen Miao, Lu Yi asked, "How is Spectre? Did she say she wanted to leave?" Yen Miao smiled and said, "That little girl has been cultivating with Bai Lu. I'm afraid she won't be leaving any time soon." Lu Yi could roughly guess Spectre's plan. She obviously wanted to cultivate here until she reached the peak of the constellation realm. Then, she would leave and use the constellation hall to advance Yao. Cultivating with Bai Lu would be much more efficient. She naturally didn't want to waste such an opportunity. Since Spectre didn't say she wanted to leave, Lu Yi didn't bother looking for her. He took the token that controlled the restriction on the Spiritas woman from Yen Miao and said a few more words to Yen Miao. Then, before the door disappeared, he returned to the desolate star. Looking at the Spiritas woman standing quietly to the side, Lu Yi pondered for a moment and said, "I have some friends who lost their physical bodies for some reason. Only their soul avatars are still alive. I don't know what kind of existence the Spiritas is, or if you are similar to them, but I just want to ask you for a favor. Help them find a way out in the future." If he wanted the Spiritas woman to cooperate with him, Lu Yi couldn't hide anything. However, ever since he obtained this Spiritas woman, she hadn't spoken to him except when she ambushed him. This time was the same. Lu Yi wanted to confide in her, but she clearly didn't want to talk to him. She just looked at him indifferently. Lu Yi sighed helplessly and could only give up. He still had a long way to go, and he didn't even know how to return to the 9 states. Even if the Spiritas woman was willing to help him, he couldn't do it. Summoning his star boat, he rushed off in the direction of the 10,000 elephant sea. If the Spiritas woman didn't use her secret technique on the surface, she was no different from a normal human. Moreover, her race was special, so Lu Yi wasn't worried that she would intentionally expose her identity, so it didn't matter if he brought her along. Along the way, Lu Yi took out a sound talisman and sent out a message, soon receiving a response. A few days later, on the 10,000 elephant island, the scattered market, Lu Yi saw a familiar face at the agreed place, and just said with a bitter face, "Fellow Taoist, I've been looking for you for a long time." Back when Lu Yi bought all the dragon breath crystals on Inja's side, and had returned to the scattered market 3 months ago to transfer the goods. He had returned to the scattered market 3 months ago, but he couldn't get in touch with Lu Yi. For a moment, he wondered if Lu Yi had encountered some kind of accident. It wasn't until Lu Yi took the initiative to contact him that he was overjoyed. After all, he had transferred a lot of dragon breath crystals from the scattered market. If it weren't for a big customer like Lu Yi, who knew how long it would have taken him to sell all the dragon breath crystals in the scattered market, "I went out on a business trip and only returned a few days ago," Lu Yi explained. And Ja asked, "Fellow Taoist, do you still want more dragon breath crystals?" "Since I've contacted you, of course I do." And Joe was overjoyed, and he asked cautiously, "May I know how many dragon breath crystals you can buy this time?" Lu Yi thought for a moment and said, "I only have 7 million spirit jades on hand for now. How many dragon breath crystals can I buy?" He still had 8 million spirit jades on hand, but he still had to save 1 million spirit jades for later use. As for spirit crystals, he would save them if he could. He would need them when he evolved into a Yu Yao in the future, and they were much more valuable than spirit jades. 7 million. That's not a small amount. And just said as he counted the dragon breath crystals. After a short while, he handed a few storage rings to Lu Yi and said, "Fellow Taoist, please take a look at the number." Lu Yi took the storage rings and checked them, and he quickly finished counting them. He found that Enja had given him a little too much, so it could be considered a friendly discount. "Fellow Taoist, if you want more dragon breath crystals in the future, feel free to send me a message. I don't have many things here, but I have a lot of dragon breath crystals." And just said with a smile. Lu Ye's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Fellow Taoistan, are you interested in taking over a shop?" And just said, "Of course I am interested. After all, it's better to do business in a shop than in a scattered market. However, fellow Taoist, you should know that not everyone can set up a shop. Those popular spiritual islands are out of our reach, and those unpopular spiritual islands are useless even if we set up a shop. It's better to set up a shop here." What Enja said was right. For a top-grade spiritual island like the Island of Versatility, the rent for every shop was extremely high. Moreover, it was not something that could be bought with money alone. One also needed some connections. The realm Enja came from could not even take over a shop on a top-grade spiritual island. Not to mention the Island of Versatility, Enja's realm did not even have the capital and power to take over a shop on a top-grade spiritual island. He did not have the capital or the resources. Some of the less popular spiritual islands were not too expensive. But what was the point of going there? It would be a waste. Lu Yi said, "If there is a spiritual island that is popular and is still growing, it will not be any worse than a top-grade spiritual island in the future. Fellow Taoist, would you be willing to move there?" And just said hesitantly, "The rent for a shop on such a spiritual island will not be low, right?" "I'm not sure about the exact amount, but the spiritual island is developing now. The rent should not be too expensive." End of chapter. Chapter 1507. And just said, thoughtfully, "Are you talking about the Matchless Island?" Among the spiritual islands on the 10,000 Manifestation Sea, the Matchless Island was the only one that was developing and growing in popularity. It is the Matchless Island. And just seemed to have heard of the Matchless Island, so this matter was easy to handle. The Matchless Island is indeed not bad. There are signs of great success. I have been there before, but there are some conditions to rent a shop on the Matchless Island. To be honest, the domain I come from is not strong enough to meet the requirements of the Matchless Island. The partners that Chu Shen was seeking cooperation with were all forces with a good foundation. In this way, their interests could be tied together, and the safety and stability of the Matchless Island would be increased. The domain behind Enja was not strong enough, so it was not within Chu Shen's consideration. So even though Enja had thought about setting up a shop on the Matchless Island, he gave up the idea after asking, "If you have this intention, go to the Matchless Island to find the island master Chu Shen. Tell him that I asked you to go, and he will arrange it." Enja's eyes lit up. "You know the island master Chu Shen?" Lu Yi nodded, and Enja was suddenly tempted. He understood that since Lu Yi dared to say so, it was not as simple as just knowing him. Moreover, Lu Yi was generous with his money, so it was obvious that he had an extraordinary background. It would not be strange if he was related to Chu Shen. After thanking Lu Yi, he excitedly flew in the direction of the Matchless Island. Lu Yi did not leave, but cast his gaze not far away. There was a stall in that direction, and behind the stall sat a beautiful woman. The cultivators coming and going stopped in front of her stall, asked a few questions, and then shook their heads and left. When there was no one in front of the stall, Lu Yi strode forward. "Do you need spirit pills? You can take a look." The stall owner greeted warmly, but then stared at Lu Yi in surprise. "It's you?" This stall owner was the woman who sold spirit pills that Lu Yi had met the last time he came. The woman's pill refining skills should be very good. The quality of the spirit pills she refined was very good, but the price was slightly more expensive than the myriad Manifestation Chamber of Commerce. Lu Yi had bought all her spirit pills last time, and this time she had refined some more to sell. Lu Yi had asked Chu Xin to send people here to search, but according to Chu Xin's follow-up information, they did not find this woman. But unexpectedly, this time they coincidentally met again. Lu Yi squatted down and casually picked up a jade bottle. Opening the bottle, he gently sniffed the pill fragrance. The woman said, "Don't worry, fellow Taoist, the quality of the pills I refine is guaranteed." Lu Yi believed this. Because of the talent tree, he could directly judge the quality of spirit pills better than others. "I bought them all," Lu Yi said. The woman was pleasantly surprised. Last time, Lu Yi had bought all of her spirit pills, and this time he was actually so generous. It was obvious that he was not short of money. She quickly counted the number of spirit pills she had and quoted a price. Lu Yi didn't haggle with her and paid her without hesitation. The woman received the spirit jade and smiled sweetly. "Fellow Taoist, do you want to exchange musical notes? If you want to buy any spirit pills in the future, just send me a message. If fellow Taoist needs any special spirit pills, I can also refine them for you." "You can refine all kinds of spirit pills?" Lu Yi asked. "Basically, I can refine all the spirit pills in the market." Lu Yi nodded and asked, "Are you interested in opening a shop?" He didn't ask if she was interested in relying on him, because the woman's alchemy skills were very good. If she really wanted to rely on a force, she would have done so long ago. Since she chose to set up a stall here, it meant that she was not someone who was willing to be restricted. There were many people like this among cultivators. However, being unwilling to rely on a force and be restricted did not mean that she was unwilling to open a shop. Hearing this, the woman smiled. "Of course I want to, but I don't have the money." Lu Yi said, "Go to Peerless Island and find Island Master Chu Xin. He will give you a shop. You don't need to pay a single spirit jade. You only need to sell your spirit pills there." The woman looked at Lu Yi with some vigilance. Although she hadn't been in the Wanxiang Sea for long, she knew that there was no such thing as kindness for no reason. If Lu Yi simply wanted to do business with her, she would welcome him. However, if he had any ulterior motives, she would naturally be wary. Sensing her thoughts, Lu Yi explained, "I have a few friends who are also medical cultivators. In the future, they might ask you for advice on alchemy. When the time comes, I hope you can teach them some of your own experience and insights." Medical cultivators from the 9 states would come here sooner or later. For example, second senior sister, Hua Xiai, and the others. If there was no one to guide them, they would definitely waste a lot of time. After all, the types and characteristics of the medicinal herbs in the starry sky could not be compared to those produced in the 9 states. There were many medicinal herbs and spirit pills in the starry sky that did not exist in the 9 states. The woman's alchemy skills were not bad. If she could teach them, second senior sister and the others would be able to learn easily. That's it. The woman was obviously still in disbelief. "That's it. Then can I think about it?" The woman asked cautiously. "No problem." Lu Yi did not force her. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Looking at his back, the woman was confused for a moment. The Matchless Island was very famous recently. After all, it was a newly risen spiritual island. Moreover, its rise was unusually fast. It had already spread across the Wanxiang Sea. If Nja could hear about the Matchless Island, the woman would naturally have heard of it too. She had never thought that she could own a shop of her own. Moreover, it was in a place like the Matchless Island. Now that the opportunity was in front of her, she was naturally tempted. However, she still decided to go to the Matchless Island to see the situation before making any plans. If she could really get a shop without any additional conditions that would make her feel awkward, it would naturally be a good thing. The woman set off for the Matchless Island. Lu Yi was already on his way back. On the way back, he sent a message to Chu Xin and told him about Nja and the woman. Naturally, Chu Xin agreed. There were still some empty shops on the Matchless Island. As the island owner, it was naturally not a problem for him to keep two as backup. After returning to the cave on the matchless island, Lu Yi prepared to cultivate. It had been almost a year since he had advanced to the later stage of the constellation realm. In this year, his cultivation had stagnated. The main reason was that his cultivation had progressed too quickly previously. He wanted to settle down a little. A year was not a long time. However, Lu Yi felt that he had settled down enough. It was time to move on. Moreover, even if he started cultivating, he could control his cultivation speed. As long as he did not go deep into the Wansheng Sea and only refined spiritual jades, there would be a limit to his cultivation speed. Lu Yi had no plans to go deep into the Wansheng Sea for the time being. Firstly, the woman from the Soul tribe was by his side. It was not appropriate for him to go deep into the Wansheng Sea. Secondly, cultivating in the Wansheng Sea would consume too much spiritual jades. Although he had just received 7 million spiritual jades worth of dragon breath crystal from Inja, if he really went into the Wansheng Sea, it would not last long. He did not need to worry about the development of the matchless island. He increasingly felt that it was a wise decision to leave Chushin behind. Otherwise, he would have to spend a lot of time and effort to manage the island by himself. Moreover, he did not have Chushin's background. Currently, the reason why the matchless island could cooperate with various factions was because of Chushin's background. Although he did not mention his own background, which of the powerhouses of the top factions did not know that he had Jiuyan behind him. With such a relationship, Chushin could achieve twice the result with half the effort. Only those people from the Carp Island who did not know of Chushin's background and rashly invaded the island. In the end, they were killed and suffered heavy losses. Days passed. Other than refining the spirit jades for cultivation, Lu Yi also let the talent tree absorb the power of the dragon breath crystal. He also forged many twin Qi-linked branch array discs and gave them to Chushin from time to time, asking him to sell them. Occasionally, he would find opportunities to talk to the Soul Clan woman. However, the Soul Clan woman had no intention of responding to him. It was as if she wanted to remain silent until the end of time. This woman was too difficult to deal with. Lu Yi did not know how to break through her defenses. Until now, he did not even know her name. On this day, Lu Yi was cultivating in the cave. Suddenly, he frowned and looked down at the back of his hand. It was boiling hot. Just as Lu Yi was wondering what had happened, a mark suddenly appeared out of thin air. Seeing the appearance of this mark, Lu Yi was first startled and then overjoyed. This was because this mark was in the shape of a green leaf. There were two kinds of marks on the back of his hand. One was a battlefield mark. However, this thing only had an effect within the 9 provinces. Ever since he left the 9 provinces, it no longer reacted. After all, this was a mark bestowed by the heavens of the 9 provinces and was connected to the heavens. The other mark was the reincarnation tree's mark. He had followed Yang Qing to the reincarnation tree. When they left, the reincarnation tree had bestowed him this mark. At that time, Lu Yi had hidden 2 evil spirits and wanted to bring them back to the 9 provinces. However, the reincarnation tree had seen through him. Helpless, Lu Yi could only release the 2 evil spirits. As compensation, the reincarnation tree bestowed him this mark. According to Yang Qing, the reincarnation tree's mark was not casually bestowed. Although it was said to be compensation for Lu Yi, it was also a bet by the reincarnation tree. The reincarnation tree reincarnated once every 10,000 years. At this time, the reincarnation tree would be incomparably weak and very likely be coveted by others. When that time came, the reincarnation tree could invite experts who had been bestowed the mark to come and protect it. With this mark, the cultivator could enter the reincarnation tree at any time and place. Therefore, the reincarnation tree's mark was usually bestowed to cultivators who were extremely favored by the reincarnation tree. Usually, one would not be seen for hundreds or thousands of years. The reincarnation tree bestowed a mark to Lu Yi, indicating that it thought highly of him. Previously, when he was stranded in the Wanshan Galaxy and could not find his way home, Lu Yi had thought about whether he should use this mark to ask the reincarnation tree directly. The reincarnation tree's clones were all over the major galaxies. With its clones in the 9 provinces, the reincarnation tree would definitely know the specific location of the 9 provinces. End of this chapter. Chapter 1508. In the end, Lu Yi didn't do so because he was afraid that the reincarnation tree was too far away from the 9 provinces. Even if he knew the way home, it wouldn't be worth it if he had to fly for hundreds or thousands of years. The mark of the reincarnation tree could only be used once. It would dissipate after a single use. It could be regarded as a last resort to save his life, so Lu Yi naturally cherished it. But unexpectedly, the mark reacted on its own at this time. Lu Yi didn't activate it, so there was only one possibility for it to do so. The original owner of the mark had activated it. It was obvious that the reincarnation tree wanted him to go over. Although he didn't know what would happen, this was a good opportunity to ask the reincarnation tree about the way home. Moreover, the reincarnation tree had activated the mark on its own. It shouldn't be a problem to find it and give it another one later. Just as all kinds of thoughts flashed through Lu Ye's mind, the green leaf mark on the back of his hand seemed to come alive and flew out. A green light illuminated the entire cave, covering it in a layer of green. The Spiritas woman, who had been sitting quietly not far from Lu Yi, was startled. She looked up and saw the strange green leaf. She couldn't help but be startled. Then, as if she thought of something, her eyes suddenly widened as she stared at the green leaf in disbelief. Because if she was right, then the meaning of this green leaf was intriguing. Lu Yi was looking at the Spiritas woman at this moment. He didn't have any objections to the reincarnation tree summoning him. He had something to ask. But if he left, what would happen to the Spiritas woman? Lu Yi didn't feel at ease staying here. If the Spiritas woman took the opportunity to run away, it would be useless even if he had the restriction token. He didn't know if he could bring her along. If he could, it would save him a lot of trouble. The green light became brighter and brighter. The green leaf suddenly disintegrated, turning into a ball of green light. Then the green light twisted and quickly evolved into the shape of a big tree. The branches of the big tree hung down, intertwining into the shape of an oval door. The aura of a door came from inside the door. This was a door. When Lu Yi saw this, he knew he could take the Spiritas woman with him. He quickly sent a message to Chu Xin, informing him that he had something to do and that he would be returning at an uncertain time. Then he got up and called out to the Spiritas woman, "Let's go!" The Soul Clan woman had always been cold and distant. Although she had not resisted Lu Yi during this period of time, she had never been kind to him. But at this moment, she obediently stood up and took the lead to step into the door that drooped down from the branches. Lu Yi followed behind her. When Lu Ye's figure disappeared, the green light in the cave suddenly disappeared, and the cave returned to darkness. In an unknown land, when Lu Yi appeared, the Spiritas woman was standing off to the side, curiously looking around. Lu Yi was also observing and found that this place seemed to be an empty space. However, it was very bright, and it was unknown where the light came from. There was no one else here except him and the Spiritas woman. But soon, a phantom suddenly appeared in front of them. It was a big tree. The big tree looked exactly the same as the one Lu Yi had seen in his cave. The reincarnation tree's main body should also look like this. What appeared in front of Lu Yi at this moment was naturally not its main body. It was probably a special manifestation to facilitate communication between them. The branches on both sides of the big tree drooped down like 2 arms. The roots at the bottom were extremely dense. On the trunk, there were clear facial features. At first glance, it looked like an amiable old man. The fluffy crown of the tree was like its hair. The frosty Spiritas woman looked solemn and respectfully bowed. "Spiritas Li Shang greets Elder Shu." Lu Yi glanced at her. They had been together for so long, but he didn't know her name. Only now did he know that she was called Li Shang. Without thinking too much, Lu Yi also bowed. The reincarnation tree looked at Li Shang, a gentle smile on its old face. Is Han Ke well? Li Shang was a little excited. Elder Shu, thank you for your concern. The patriarch is still healthy. That's good. The reincarnation tree looked nostalgic. When I first saw him, he was just a constellation. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 years have passed. After a slight sigh, the reincarnation tree looked at Lu Yi. Young friend, we meet again. Lu Yi said, Elder Shu, why did you summon me? The reincarnation tree couldn't have brought him here for no reason. Moreover, the door that evolved from the mark was not mandatory. If he didn't want to, he could not come here. However, he did have something he needed the reincarnation tree's help with. I do need your help with something. The reincarnation tree said slowly, Young friend, you should know that many homeless tribes have been settled in my tree realm. Lu Yi was naturally aware of this. When he first came to the reincarnation tree, he was thrown into the fairy tree realm. The origins of these tribes were complicated, and there were many races. Basically, they had lost their homes and had nowhere to live. The reincarnation tree's realm could provide them with a relatively peaceful living environment. Of course, if there were no insectoids causing trouble, it would be even more peaceful. Back then, the insectoids found a void beast core from somewhere and used the core's power to open up connections with other tree realms. They invaded and abducted some rare tribes. Unfortunately, they were all wiped out by Lu Yi in the end. Even the void beast core was snatched away by Lu Yi. Is there a problem in the tree realm? Lu Yi asked subconsciously. However, a place like the tree realm was only suitable for creatures below the divine ocean realm. It was not suitable for Constellation to stay in the tree realm. He was now a constellation. Logically speaking, even if there was a problem in the tree realm, it was not his turn to solve it. It's not the tree realm. The reincarnation tree explained. Right now, there's a realm that's suffering from the flames of war. The creatures in that realm no longer have any hope of survival, so they hope to migrate to the tree realm. However, they need to defeat the invaders first. I heard their request, so I have to find a way to help. Lu Yi roughly understood. Elder Shu wants me to help them solve their problem and then bring them to the tree realm. The reincarnation tree said, Exactly. Lu Yi was a little puzzled. Elder Shu shouldn't be able to summon just me, right? If the enemy in that realm is too strong, I alone might not be able to help. Why not summon Yu Yao or Ri Zhao? Although the reincarnation tree's imprint might not be bestowed even once in hundreds or thousands of years, many people had obtained it over the years. Those who could be favored by the reincarnation tree were undoubtedly extremely monstrous talents. There were many people at the level of Yu Yao and Ri Zhao, so Lu Yi could not figure out why the reincarnation tree would summon only him. The reincarnation tree said, Everything has to follow the rules, especially for someone like this old man. Rules are the foundation of this old man's existence. If there were no rules, the starry sky would have long been in chaos. The strongest on the battlefield over there is only a constellation, so this old man can only summon a constellation. In the past few hundred years, the reincarnation tree had only given Lu Yi one imprint, so Lu Yi was the only constellation that met the requirements. Lu Yi roughly understood. If the battlefield over there was only a constellation, then he would have no problem. The reincarnation tree continued. As the starry sky supreme treasure that guards this realm, this old man must treat all living beings equally. As it said this, it winked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi immediately understood that this so-called equal treatment was also divided into good and bad. For example, the reincarnation tree would not refuse the insect race if they wanted to enter the tree realm. This was equal treatment, but it could arrange for Lu Yi to enter the tree realm, causing great losses and trouble to the insect race. Lu Yi could not help but think of the Constellation Hall. Back then, he was brought into the Constellation Hall by the Constellation Hall, but he never knew what the Constellation Hall's intentions were. After pondering for a long time, he realized that the Constellation Hall wanted him to help clean up the seaweed outside the hall. However, it did not give him any hints, only letting Lu Yi do it himself. Back then, Lu Yi felt that the Constellation Hall deserved to be established, but now, after hearing the Reincarnation Tree's words, he suddenly realized that the Constellation Hall, a starry sky supreme treasure, probably had the same restrictions as the Reincarnation Tree. That was, it had to treat all living beings equally. The seaweed was also alive, so it naturally could not give Lu Yi a hint to help clean it up. However, if Lu Yi comprehended it on his own, it had nothing to do with it. From the looks of it, these starry sky supreme treasures with their own sentience seemed to be restricted. Although they were powerful, they could not do as they pleased. This old man was originally afraid that you would not be able to do it alone. But since you have the help of the soul race, this matter is even more likely to succeed. The Reincarnation Tree clearly misunderstood the relationship between Lu Yi and Li Shang. Lu Yi had no intention of explaining. "I need some detailed information," Lu Yi asked. Although he was not afraid of anyone in the constellation plane, this was not a one-on-one battle. This was a realm that was suffering from the flames of war. This was a war. Before he began his operation, Lu Yi naturally had to gather as much information as possible. Of course, the Reincarnation Tree did not refuse Lu Yi's request. If Lu Yi did not mention it, it would not be easy to explain. Since Lu Yi had mentioned it, it naturally had to tell him everything it knew. A moment later, Lu Yi's expression became strange. He did not expect things to be so coincidental. If the living beings of that realm were facing such a race, then he would have great prospects. However, it was not a coincidence. In this world, there are not many races that would maliciously invade other realms. Apart from those notorious existences in the starry sky, there were really no other races. After the Reincarnation Tree finished speaking, Lu Yi said, "Old Tree, if this matter is not successful, then forget it. If this matter is successful, I have a small request." The Reincarnation Tree chuckled and said, "Whether it is successful or not, as long as you come back alive, this old man can fulfill one of your requests." Since it was so straightforward, Lu Yi naturally did not need to say anything more. Moreover, his request was not difficult. It was nothing more than asking for a way back. It would not make things difficult for the Reincarnation Tree. End of chapter. Chapter 1509. Moreover, Lu Yi seriously suspected that the Reincarnation Tree knew that he cultivated the secret arts of a certain race, because he had relied on that secret art to wipe out an entire race in the battle of the Alpha Origin Divine Sea. Otherwise, there was no reason for the Reincarnation Tree to place its hopes on Lu Yi, who is now just a constellation. The Alpha Origin Divine Sea was the secret domain inside the Reincarnation Tree, and was rumored to be the birthplace of the Reincarnation Tree. Given how powerful the Reincarnation Tree was, nothing that happened inside could escape its perception. There's no time to lose. If little friend has nothing to prepare, you can set off now. This old man will wait for your triumphant return. While speaking, 2 green leaves suddenly drifted down from the Reincarnation Tree. One of them flew towards the back of Lu Yi's hand and gently imprinted itself on it before quickly merging with it. Lu Yi immediately felt that the Reincarnation Tree mark he had previously consumed had returned. The other green leaf was the same as the one he had seen before. As it fluttered, it released a bright green light before transforming into the silhouette of the Reincarnation Tree. Its branches drooped down and intertwined to form a door. Lu Yi silently stepped through the door. This time, there was no need for Lu Yi to say anything as Li Shang followed closely behind. With a single step, the world changed. When Lu Yi appeared in the gloomy domain, he saw 2 tall figures standing in front of him. He looked up and sized up the 2 figures curiously. Although Lu Yi roughly knew the situation of this domain from the Reincarnation Tree and knew what races lived in this domain, He had never seen them before. The figure on the left looked familiar. It was like an old tree that had turned into a spirit. It had 4 limbs and facial features. However, it was a little different from the reincarnation tree. This should be the wood spirit race. There were 5 spirit races in the starry sky, which corresponded to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. They were collectively known as the spirit races. But because of their different attributes, each spirit race branch was very different. The spirit race was also an extremely rare race. Although they were not as rare as the mermaids and spirits that Louis had seen before, they were still few in number compared to the other races. However, no matter which spirit race branch it was, they all had spirit cores in their bodies, which were similar in nature to the crystal cores of star beasts. However, the spirit cores of the spirit race were much more useful than the crystal cores of star beasts. Spirit cores were extremely beneficial to cultivators' cultivation and understanding of certain secret techniques, and also attracted many people with ulterior motives. The figure standing next to the wood spirit was also tall, but unlike the wood spirit that looked like an old tree, this fellow looked more like a giant mushroom. There was a semicircular canopy on top of his head. The pitch-black color of the canopy made it look extremely sturdy. It was definitely not inferior to any defensive spiritual treasure. His body was straight and round, and he had 2 small bean-like eyes where his facial features should be. He looked extremely comical. Race. Although he had seen a lot in the universe, see, it was only the tip of the vast starry sky. Indeed, there was nothing. He had seen everything he saw in the starry skies. It was indeed he had seen everything. Lucy. Both the wood spirit and the spore race had an aura comparable to that of a late-stage constellation realm cultivator. This region was undoubtedly a large one, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was quite dense. Otherwise, it would not have nurtured a constellation realm cultivator. According to the information provided by the reincarnation tree, this region was where the wood spirit race and the spore race coexisted. They had lived here peacefully for many tens of thousands of years, until this time enemies invaded. They could not hold on any longer, so they had no choice but to send a request to the reincarnation tree. Lu Yi looked back. There was a clone of the reincarnation tree behind him. He was able to come here because of the reincarnation tree's clone. However, at this moment, the leaves on the reincarnation tree's clone had all withered and withered. It was unknown how long it would take for it to recover, or if it would never recover. When Lu Yi appeared, the wood spirit and the spore race bowed. The wood spirit said, "I am the wood spirit race leader of the Blue Jade region, Mu He. Greetings." He then pointed at the spore race. "This is the spore race leader, Black Umbrella." Black Umbrella also said, "Greetings, fellow Taoists." Lu Yi pondered for a moment. Wushuang Li Taibai. Li Shang, who was behind him, did not say a word. She looked like a loyal servant girl. He looked past Lu Yi and looked at the reincarnation tree's clone behind him. Seeing that the reincarnation tree's clone had withered, he said in surprise, "Only the 2 of you came this time." Lu Yi nodded. "Yes, only the 2 of us." He seemed a little disappointed. He and Black Umbrella used the reincarnation tree's clone to send a request to the reincarnation tree. They thought that the reincarnation tree would send some experts, but it turned out that there were only 2 constellation mansions. Even if they were late constellation mansions, the effect they could play in such a battle was extremely limited. However, there were people sent by the reincarnation tree after all. Moreover, 2 more people were considered 2 more helpers. He did not dare to be negligent and said in a booming voice, "The 2 of you have just arrived. Please settle down first before making any plans." Lu Yi raised his hand and said, "There's no need. Patriarch, please tell me the current situation in detail." Naturally, he could sense the wood spirit's intentions. However, there were some things that didn't need to be explained. Actions would always be more convincing than words. Furthermore, the reincarnation tree had specially summoned him here to help because it valued his ability to suppress the invading species. If it were any other race invading the blue jade world, it would be difficult for Lu Yi to do it alone. However, if it was that race, then it was hard to say. He wanted to end the battle quickly and did not have too much time to waste here. The wood spirit tree's brows furrowed slightly, but it still cooperated and explained the current situation. Although the reincarnation tree could listen to the request of the wood spirit race and the spore race through the clone left in this world and roughly knew the situation in this world, it was not clear about the specific situation. After hearing Mu He's explanation, Lu Yi found that the situation in the blue jade world was much better than he had imagined. He had originally thought that after the invasion of that race, the world would be plunged into misery and desolation. But in fact, the wood spirit race and the spore race had built a strong line of defense here, resisting the final pressure of the invading enemy. This gathering place was also the last pure land of the two races in the blue jade world. If this line of defense was broken, then what awaited them would be the fate of enslavement and extermination of their race. While Mu He was explaining, Lu Yi looked up and saw the white clouds in the sky pressing down like thick cotton wool. When he first came here, he thought that it was just a simple white cloud, but after hearing Mu He's explanation, he understood that it was not a white cloud at all, but a technique used by the spore race. The thing that looked like a white cloud was actually formed by the convergence of countless tiny spores. It was these strange spores that formed a line of defense that prevented the enemy from continuing to invade. Now, this gathering place was tightly surrounded by the spore cloud. If they could not break through the protection of the spore cloud, the enemy could only stare helplessly from the outside. But now that they were trapped, they would definitely lose in the long run. Therefore, after realizing that the future was bleak, Mu He and Black Umbrella asked the reincarnation tree for help. Lu Yi looked and saw that in the thick spore cloud, there were occasionally 1 or 2 blood-red flashes, but they quickly disappeared without a trace. After Mu He finished speaking, he did not say anything more. Lu Yi thought for a moment and said, "I'll go and take a look. I'll have to trouble the 2 chiefs to inform the various tribes." Mu He said, "Fellow Taoist, please be careful. Don't leave the protective range of the spore cloud." Lu Yi nodded and soared into the sky. Li Shang's figure flashed and followed, but soon disappeared without a trace. Under normal circumstances, if she disappeared like this, Lu Yi would not be able to see any trace of her unless he activated the Insight's spiritual inscriptions to enhance his eyes. But this time, even if she disappeared, she still took the initiative to open up a trace of her aura to Lu Yi, so that Lu Yi could clearly sense where she was. This was undoubtedly because Li Shang was afraid that he would misunderstand. After rushing into the spore cloud, Lu Yi immediately sensed the uniqueness of these spores. These spores were extremely small and almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Although they were small, they gave off a very dangerous feeling. Lu Yi immediately understood that the spore cloud formed by these tiny spores was not as simple as just protection. If an enemy dared to enter, they would definitely be possessed by these spores. As for the consequences, Lu Yi did not know. This reminded him of Hua Xiai. Hua Xiai also knew how to plant mushrooms. When those strange mushrooms were broken, countless spores would fly out. They had a strange and unpredictable power. Not long after entering the spore cloud, Lu Yi saw 2 tall figures standing side by side. Looking closer, Lu Yi realized that it was a wood spirit and a spore race member. At this moment, the spore race member pressed one hand on the wood spirit, and power surged around him. Lu Yi did not know what mysterious method he was using. The magical thing was that with the activation of the spore race's power, mushrooms of various sizes kept growing on the wood spirit's body. Then they burst open and turned into many spores that merged into the spore cloud, increasing its size. Lu Yi stopped beside them and watched for a while. He felt that it was quite magical. The wood spirit and spore race member were also curiously looking at Lu Yi. However, They had obviously received some information from their respective tribe leaders. They nodded at Lu Yi in a friendly manner with a grateful expression. For someone who dared to help them in this kind of situation, whether it was a human or something else, the wood spirit and spore race would not be stingy with their gratitude and respect. Lu Yi also nodded and encouraged them. Hold on a little longer. He could see that the wood spirit and spore race member had expended a lot of energy. He did not know how long they had been here. Moreover, their cultivation was not high. They were only at the true lake stage. Along the way, he kept running into groups of spore race and wood spirit. This spore cloud that covered the entire colony was undoubtedly created in this way. After so many years of coexistence, the two races did not distinguish between each other. This kind of cooperation was already very familiar to them. End of chapter. Chapter 1510. The spore people and wood spirits had different cultivation levels. At first, Lu Yi only encountered Cloud River and True Lake cultivators. It wasn't until he was dozens of miles into the spore cloud that he encountered divine sea realm spore people and wood spirits. This was clearly an arrangement between the two races. Those with higher cultivation levels were at the front, while those with lower cultivation levels were at the back. Further ahead were the constellation realm spore people and wood spirits. This was already the front line of the battlefield. Not only was there a spore cloud here, but there was also an enormous blood-red sea that surrounded the entire spore cloud like a sea of blood. Blood race. The race that invaded the blue jade world was the blood race that was as infamous as the insectoids in this part of the universe. The sea of blood was clearly not something that a single blood race could do. Just like the spore people, the blood race could also gather the strength of their own race into a tower, turning the weak into the strong. This was a situation where neither side was willing to give an inch. The boundless sea of blood surged outside the spore cloud, and spores were constantly being sucked into it. However, the tiny spores that were sucked into the sea of blood didn't just disappear. Although most of them were annihilated by the sea of blood, there were still some that were silently performing all kinds of strange functions. So when Lu Yi arrived at this position, he saw the spore cloud and the sea of blood colliding. They were like two gigantic beasts that were trying to devour each other. After observing silently for a while, Lu Yi found that the spore cloud was clearly at a disadvantage. At this rate, the protection of dozens of miles deep would be completely devoured in a month or two. While he was quietly observing, Li Shang looked at Lu Yi with a complicated expression not far away. She was discovered by a powerhouse in a certain galaxy and was accidentally captured. After that, she was sent to the Wanxiang Sea to be auctioned off and fell into Lu Ye's hands. Originally, she didn't think much of this human. As a late-stage constellation realm cultivator, she thought that she could easily escape with her own strength. After all, most cultivators didn't know much about the soul race's methods. However, after a few exchanges, she found that she was too naive. Lu Ye's divine sea had a strange existence, like a warship that she couldn't fight back at all. She had no choice but to give up on her original plan. Recently, although Lu Yi did not treat her harshly, and even intended to confide in her, wanting to gain her trust, but how could Li Shang easily believe him? From the beginning to the end, Li Shang had made up her mind that no matter what Lu Yi said, she would turn a deaf ear to it. This was because a rare race like the Spiritas was simply too attractive to other races. No matter who obtained them, they would find a way to make them swear loyalty to them. She had long heard of the treachery of humans, so no matter what, she wouldn't believe a single word Lu Yi said. This was also the reason why she didn't communicate with Lu Yi at all. Humans were good at using words to move people's hearts. This was something she needed to guard against. Until he went to the merfolk's territory and saw a group of merfolk, Li Shang simply couldn't believe that the merfolk, who were as rare as the soul race, had such a good relationship with Lu Yi. Moreover, Lu Yi had never revealed the slightest covetousness towards the merfolk. She couldn't help but come to a sudden realization, and she wondered if she was gauging the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. Recently, she had been considering whether to talk to Lu Yi and ask him about the situation of his friends who had lost their corporeal bodies, but she hadn't made up her mind yet. Suddenly, after being summoned by the reincarnation tree and seeing the most famous starry sky, supreme treasure in this side of the starry sky, Li Shang's shock was simply indescribable. She had long heard that the reincarnation tree would bestow a mark to certain cultivators, but this kind of mark might not be seen even once in hundreds or thousands of years. Only the cultivators most favored by the reincarnation tree were eligible to receive it. Some powerful experts even did some statistics and found that as long as a cultivator received a mark from the reincarnation tree, 90% of them would have a chance to advance to the sunshine realm. As for those who didn't have a chance to advance, they died halfway, not because their aptitude wasn't good enough. Li Shang didn't expect that the human who won her at the auction had actually received a mark from the reincarnation tree. Didn't this mean that he had the qualifications to advance to the sunshine realm? Thinking of the time she spent with him and the various miracles around him, Li Shang realized that she had underestimated him. Such a person would definitely become an overlord in the future. Moreover, someone who was favored by the reincarnation tree definitely had a good temperament. Why would a starry sky supreme treasure like the reincarnation tree bestow a mark on someone with a bad temperament? It was only now that Li Shang's impression of Lu Yi changed. She secretly made up her mind to find an opportunity to have a good chat with him after this matter was over. Just as she was observing, Lu Yi suddenly turned toward her. "Can you sneak in without being discovered?" Li Shang didn't know what he was planning, but she still replied honestly, "Yes." The soul race's methods were incomprehensible to other races, so sneaking into the blood sea was naturally a piece of cake. Lu Yi nodded and turned to the spore race constellation beside him, who was controlling the spore cloud to contend with the blood sea. "Fellow Taoist, can I trouble you to make a big commotion?" The spore race constellation was puzzled. "What do you want?" Lu Yi replied calmly, "I want to go in, but I don't want to be discovered." The spore race constellation frowned. That might be a little difficult. Right now, there was a blood race constellation opposite him controlling the blood sea to contend with him. Within the blood sea, the blood race's senses were extremely sharp. No foreign object would be able to escape their senses. Lu Yi was just about to say that he had a way when Li Shang appeared of her own accord and hugged Lu Yi with open arms. Lu Yi couldn't help but be taken aback for a moment. However, he quickly sensed something and revealed a joyful expression. He didn't know what this soul race woman was thinking. Why was she so cooperative this time? Without any resistance, Li Shang dove into Lu Ye's body and disappeared in an instant. However, Lu Yi could clearly sense a layer of strange power on the surface of his body, causing him to become illusory. This kind of nothingness was even more exquisite than his concealment and aura concealment spirit tattoos. Not only that, but when Li Shang fused with him, Lu Yi felt that his strength seemed to have increased tremendously. This was undoubtedly a unique ability of the soul race. Soul possession. The reason why the soul race was so coveted was because of this unique racial talent. They could attach themselves to any living being and increase the living being's strength. Moreover, they could also unleash some of the soul race's unique abilities. If that weren't the case, Li Shang wouldn't have sold for such a high price during the auction. The people from room A6 had fought him to the point of over 30 million spirit jades before giving up. It could be said that if one had a soul race cultivator of similar cultivation by their side, their survivability and strength would be greatly enhanced no matter who they were. Lu Yi could sense that his strength had increased significantly. He had a feeling that even if Yu Yao, who had just ascended, was standing in front of him, he might still have a chance to kill her. The moment Li Shang attached himself to Lu Yi, the spore race constellation lost sight of Lu Ye's figure. She immediately understood where Lu Ye's confidence came from. With such a miraculous ability, he could indeed sneak into the blood sea without anyone noticing. She immediately said, "Then you must be careful, fellow Taoist." As soon as she finished speaking, the spore cloud in front of her suddenly became incomparably violent. It switched from defense to offense and frantically pounced toward the blood sea. When the huge commotion erupted, Lu Yi took the opportunity to dash forward and quickly charged into the blood sea. Under normal circumstances, even if Lu Yi had constructed his own concealment and aura-concealing spirit tattoos, there would still be a certain amount of risk involved. There was a good chance that the Blood Race constellation would detect his presence. However, right now, the Blood Race constellation was distracted and focused on resisting the Spore Cloud's counterattack. How could it have the spare energy to pay attention to anything else? Moreover, the Soul Race's unique abilities allowed Lu Yi to easily sneak into the Blood Sea by the time the Spore Race constellation stopped attacking. There were Blood Race cultivators everywhere in the Blood Sea. There wasn't just one constellation. What surprised Lu Yi was that not only were there constellations, but there were also Divine Sea and True Lake Realm cultivators. However, he didn't see a single Cloud River Realm cultivator. Perhaps the Cloud River Realm cultivators were too weak to be of much use in a battle like this. The Blood Race cultivators at the Divine Sea and True Lake Realm didn't need to do anything else. All they needed to do was activate their Blood River technique and fuse the 4 directions together. The ones who truly activated the Blood Seas were the Blood Race constellations. Lu Yi came to a sudden realization. He knew that the Blood Sea was ridiculously large. As expected, it was a gathering of the power of many Blood Race cultivators. Not far from him was the Blood Race constellation that was fighting against the Spore Race constellation. The other party's cultivation wasn't bad, at least at the mid-stage of the Star Realm. However, if Lu Yi wanted to, he could easily kill him. Lu Yi wasn't in a hurry to do so. He had to figure out just how many Blood Race constellations there were in the Blood Sea. Lu Yi hated this race to the core. Since he had the opportunity, he naturally wanted to exterminate them. He roamed around the Blood Sea, investigating the distribution of the Blood Race's power. After spending the better part of a day, Lu Yi finally figured out the general situation. There were quite a few Blood Race constellations here. There were more than 50 of them. There were even more True Lake and Divine Sea Realm cultivators below the constellations. There were at least a few thousand of them. Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He could ignore those True Lake and Divine Sea Realm cultivators. Without the power of a constellation, they wouldn't be able to leave this realm. As long as he took care of all the Blood Race constellations, they would be nothing more than lambs waiting to be slaughtered. However, there were more than 50 constellations scattered in different places. No matter how fast he attacked, he couldn't kill them all. It wouldn't work even if he summoned his doppelganger, unless he could set up a trapping formation that enveloped the entire battlefield, making it impossible for them to escape. However, the Blood Race cultivators weren't idiots. They wouldn't let him set up a formation of this scale. It would take Lu Yi at least 1 or 2 months to set it up. He could only kill as many of them as he could. Just as Lu Yi was about to attack, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Why haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? These Spore Race cultivators are too difficult to deal with." Another voice sounded from nearby. "I've received news that the reinforcements will arrive in 3 days." The voice from before said in a cold voice, "Then let them live for 3 more days." With the Blood Race's current strength, they would be able to take down the Blue Jade Realm. However, it would take a lot more time. Reinforcements, on the other hand, would greatly reduce the Blue Jade Realm's progress. End of chapter. Chapter 1511. Lu Yi, who was about to attack, couldn't help but frown when he overheard their conversation. Vampire reinforcements were on the way, and they would arrive in 3 days. There was no way he could kill all the vampire constellations. Once he did, there was a good chance many of them would slip through the net and meet up with the reinforcements. That would be troublesome. After some thought, Lu Yi wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he quietly flew away. The scale of the Blood Sea was very large. In order to take down the Blue Jade World, the Blood Tribe had mobilized a lot of people this time. Even though Lu Yi was currently possessed by Li Shang, it wasn't good for him to move too quickly, so it took him a full hour to sneak out of the Blood Sea. He was prepared to deal with the Blood Kindred's reinforcements first before dealing with the Blood Kindred that had invaded the Blue Jade World. Although that was what he was thinking, Lu Yi had no idea where the Blood Race had come from. He arrived at the Blue Jade Realm and looked back. He found that the entire realm was different from most of the other realms he had encountered. It wasn't a spherical planet, but more like a giant floating continent. He didn't know what the original scenery of the Blue Jade Realm was like, but from his current position, he could see that the entire realm was withered. Only the gathering place of the Spore race and the Wood Spirit race was surrounded by a boundless sea of blood. After some thought, Lu Yi raised his hand and formed a clone. He wouldn't expose his avatar in front of outsiders, but he couldn't care less this time in order to block the vampire reinforcements. Moreover, Li Shang was a soul herself. Even if she had seen some of his secrets, she wouldn't have the opportunity to publicize them. Li Shang's soul had merged with Lu Ye's body, but that didn't affect her observation of the surroundings. She watched in astonishment as another Lu Yi appeared out of thin air. However, Li Shang only glanced at Lu Yi for a moment before looking away. Because this new Lu Yi wasn't wearing any clothes, he was completely naked. A clone? Li Shang couldn't understand. This was different from the clone she knew, because she could sense that this clone was no different from the main body. The clone had already put on his clothes and put on his sword gourd. The heroic sword cultivator had appeared out of thin air. The main body and avatar immediately split up and flew in different directions. This way, Lu Yi would be able to detect the vampire reinforcements, no matter which direction they came from. About half a day's journey away from the Blue Jade Realm, his main body and avatar cruised and searched. 2 days later, the main body finally discovered something. He looked up and saw a large group of blood-red figures rushing over from afar. They were the reinforcements of the blood race. Judging from the scale of the reinforcements, the number of reinforcements from the Blood Tribe should be quite large. However, compared to the ones besieging the Blue Jade Realm, they were clearly much weaker. Lu Yi didn't have the opportunity to exterminate the vampires in the Blue Jade Realm, but these reinforcements might be able to do so. He immediately activated his Blood River technique, slightly controlling the power of the Blood River technique, controlling the size of the Blood Sea to a similar size. At the same time, he activated his Holy Convergence technique, restraining his own holy nature. This was something that had to be done. Otherwise, the blood race would be able to sense it once his holiness manifested. Li Shang, who possessed Lu Ye's soul, immediately understood his plan. He was clearly pretending to be a vampire. One had to admit that the Blood Dao secret skill that Li Taibai activated was almost the same as the blood races. However, the Blood Dao secret skills that humans cultivated were ultimately different from the blood race's secret skills. Such a disguise didn't seem too obvious on the surface, but the blood race would definitely be able to sense it as soon as they came into close contact. She quietly prepared herself for a great battle. Although she knew that the person who was chosen by the reincarnation tree would definitely be powerful, she had no idea exactly how powerful Lu Yi was. Ever since she followed Lu Yi, she had never seen him fight with her own eyes. She only felt that this was an extremely dangerous trip. Lu Yi urged the sea of blood in his body to meet the large expanse of blood. The blood-red figure had no intention of stopping him. In fact, it didn't even stop. Lu Ye's blood sea merged with it smoothly. The next moment, a voice came from not far away. "How's the situation in the Blue Jade Realm?" Clearly, they had mistaken him as one of their people who had come from the Blue Jade Realm to rescue them. Lu Yi replied casually, "It's a little difficult. The Spore Tribe and Wood Spirit Tribe won't submit to us no matter what. The Spore Cloud's defense is tight, so it's difficult to break through." The voice scoffed. The Spore tribe and Wood Spirit tribe are stubborn. Let's see how they're going to stop us once we break through their spore cloud. Lu Yi said sinisterly, "Kill them until they turn the world upside down." However, the voice said, "These two tribes have some unique abilities. It's not good to kill them all. We'll have to keep some of them as pets later." The owner of the voice should be the blood race's leader, who was in charge of the reinforcement this time. He had a late-stage constellation cultivation base and was conversing with Lu Yi. However, they had no idea that Li Shang was confused at the moment. This was because she couldn't figure out why the blood race didn't see through Li Taibai's trick. Not only did they accept him smoothly, but they also treated him as a blood race member. Although many races in the starry sky cultivated blood Dao secret techniques, the blood Dao secret techniques cultivated by other races were fundamentally different from the blood race's secret techniques. Logically speaking, as long as Li Taibai's blood Dao secret technique blended with the blood race's blood Dao secret technique, the blood race should be able to detect it immediately. However, the blood race didn't know anything and treated him as one of their own. While she was still trying to figure it out, Lu Yi had already taken advantage of her conversation with the vampire to quietly spread out her own sea of blood, merging it with the surrounding blood. If he wanted to get rid of these blood race reinforcements in one fell swoop, then he had to have the ability to control this blood red. Simply put, he had to spread his blood sea and envelop all of the blood race reinforcements. If he succeeded, then all of the blood race members wouldn't be able to escape. He didn't do this in the Blue Jade realm because the blood sea was too large. It would be difficult for him to do it alone. However, the situation here was different. Although there were many blood race reinforcements, the blood red mass wasn't too large. He only needed a bit of time to spread his blood sea. While the blood sea was spreading, Lu Yi was also investigating the strength of these blood race reinforcements. There were quite a few constellation cultivators, including Divine Sea and True Lake stage blood race members. He was previously curious as to how these Divine Sea and True Lake blood race members could invade the Blue Jade realm. This was because, without reaching the constellation stage, they didn't have the ability to travel through space physically. Only now did he know that the constellation blood race members had brought them here using this method. This wasn't a one-on-one battle. This was a battle between races. The blood race's blood arts were unique. In a battle like this, Divine Sea and True Lake Stage blood race members could also play a significant role. Otherwise, it would be difficult to rely on Constellation Stage blood race members alone. "Restrain your power!" the blood race leader suddenly shouted, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. No matter how careful Lu Yi was spreading his blood sea, he couldn't hide it from the other blood race constellations. However, because they were all on the same side, the other blood race members didn't reject his spreading of his blood sea. However, as the leader of the reinforcements, the blood race constellation naturally couldn't allow Lu Yi to spread his blood sea too large and steal the limelight. "All right," Lu Yi replied, but the speed at which his blood sea spread suddenly increased by a lot. "What are you doing?" the vampire manager shouted loudly. He felt that something wasn't quite right and suddenly became vigilant. "Who are you?" He didn't pay much attention before, mainly because Lu Yi was obstructed by his blood sea, and he couldn't see Lu Ye's appearance clearly. Moreover, Lu Ye's blood arts were very authentic, so he naturally thought of him as a blood race member. Only now did he realize that Lu Ye's voice sounded very unfamiliar. There were only so many constellations, especially when Lu Yi was at the late stage. The blood race leader had never heard this voice before. Lu Yi ignored him and continued spreading his blood sea. However, it wasn't so easy this time. The blood race constellations were all on guard and wouldn't allow his blood sea to merge so easily. Lu Yi sighed inwardly. The blood tribe's manager was still a little vigilant. If he was given the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he would be able to completely spread out the blood sea. At that time, None of the Blood Tribe members here would be able to escape. At this time, his blood sea hadn't spread completely. It was only about 70%. Under the vigilant rejection of the blood race constellations, it wasn't quite possible to do the same thing again. Lu Yi hesitated no more. His figure flickered, and he charged toward the blood race leader. The Pan-Shan blade was unsheathed and blade light flashed. The blood race leader was stunned. He couldn't see Lu Ye's appearance because he was surrounded by his blood sea. But now that he was right in front of him, how could he not see him? A human! The blood race leader was extremely surprised. He never thought that the blood race member he had mistaken for was actually a human. He took a closer look and found this human's face to be very familiar. He was overjoyed. Lu Yi! As soon as these words came out, Lu Yi was startled. He was sure that he had never seen this blood race manager before. Moreover, ever since he left the 9 regions, he had always acted under the name of Li Baishuang. He had never told anyone his real name and origin. This guy actually knew his name, which really surprised Lu Yi. What he didn't know was that he had been targeted by the blood race ever since he slaughtered all the participating blood race cultivators during the battle at the reincarnation tree. The blood race had always occupied a large number of winning spots in the past divine sea battles, and those who won were the most talented of the blood race's younger generation. Not a single person from a dozen large domains was left alive, and there was no lack of saint seeds among them. How could the blood race let this matter rest? Moreover, Lu Yi had also killed a large number of the insect race's young divine sea experts. Only one had escaped the net. After the divine sea battle, the blood race and the insect race jointly issued a bounty for Lu Yi of the 9 heavens. Anyone who met him in the starry sky could go to the 2 races' domains and claim the astronomical reward if they killed him. Even Yao couldn't ignore the bounty. Of course, due to the notorious reputation of the 2 races, how many people would be interested in such a bounty? At the very least, the insect race and the blood race were all paying attention to Lu Yi of the 9 heavens. End of chapter. Chapter 1512. Lu Ye's image had been seen by many insectoids and blood-kindred powerhouses, and this blood-kindred manager was one of them, which was why he could recognize him. Lu Yi had been in the Wanxiang Sea for a few years and had met many people, but he had never met insectoids or blood-kindred. These 2 major races didn't have much space to live in a place like the Wanxiang Sea. Insectoids and blood-kindred cultivators had only come to participate in the auction at the Constellation Hall. However, Lu Yi had appeared as F.A. Wuzuan at that time, so he naturally wasn't recognized. This time he had appeared in his original appearance, so the manager immediately recognized him and was overjoyed. Conquering the Blue Jade Realm and enslaving the Spore Tribe and with spirits was an internal matter. But if he could take down Lu Yi of the 9 heavens, the reward would be his. Seeing Lu Ye's blade coming down, he raised his hand and grabbed at Lu Ye's face, his fingers glinting with a cold light. However, the next moment, the joy on his face disappeared and was replaced by deep shock. This was because the moment he attacked, an indescribable power suddenly filled the air. That power was so strong that it made his entire body tremble. Lu Ye's figure, which wasn't very tall, seemed infinitely taller in his eyes, like an irresistible god. Holiness, and it was unimaginably dense. This Lu Yi was actually a holy seed, and it was much more powerful than all the holy seeds he had seen before. In an instant, his mind was taken away, and the blood energy around him scattered. The claw at Lu Ye's face became weak and powerless. When Lu Ye's blade came down, it directly split this guy in half, as if he were chopping a piece of wood. His body swayed, and spatial spirit patterns flashed under his feet, and he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was in front of another blood-kindred constellation, and he also slashed down with his blade. Within the range of the blood sea, he could go anywhere he wanted with a single thought. Li Shang was stunned. She had originally thought that this would be a bitter battle, and that it would be extremely dangerous. But when Lu Yi really made his move, she realized that she had been overthinking things. This was because those blood race constellations had no power to resist at all in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi wielded his blade and chopped them down one by one, like chopping vegetables. She really couldn't understand how Lu Yi did it, because the Blood Clan's constellations were all panicking when facing Lu Yi. They probably didn't even use 30% of their strength. What made Li Shang even more shocked was Lu Ye's method of appearing and disappearing like a ghost. It was clearly some kind of teleportation method. Even if she was attached to Lu Ye's body, she could not perceive the mysteries behind it. The reinforcements from the kindred had brought quite a number of constellations this time. There were about 20 of them, but under the absolute suppression of their holiness, they couldn't withstand Lu Ye's attacks. In just a moment, nearly 10 people had died. Li Shang couldn't feel the holiness because she wasn't a vampire, but vampires could feel it clearly. The blood race had never understood how Lu Yi of the Nine Heavens had wiped out the young elites of the blood race in the alpha origin stage. It wasn't until now that they finally understood. Lu Yi of the Nine Heavens was a very powerful saint seed, and the strength of his holiness was unheard of. How could the blood race be his opponent in the face of such an enemy? The surviving blood race constellations immediately wanted to escape, but Lu Ye's previous deployment played a role. Under the cover of the sea of blood, the holiness spread. No matter what cultivation level those vampires had, most of their strength dissipated and their bodies went soft. How could they escape? Only a few blood race constellations had a chance to escape because they weren't enveloped by Lu Ye's sea of blood. They couldn't care less about their own clansmen. They only wanted to survive and escape from the sea of blood. A figure flashed beside Lu Yi, and his clone finally arrived. Previously, because the main body and the clone were in different positions and were too far away, the clone had been unable to teleport over through the void spirit runes. However, when the main body discovered the blood race reinforcements, the clone had already rushed over and only arrived at the battlefield at this time. After Lu Yi took care of the remaining blood race constellations suppressed by the holiness, he immediately split up with his clone to chase after them. The blood race's blood escape technique was second to none in the universe, but Lu Yi also knew it, so the fleeing blood race had no advantage over him. Moreover, Lu Yi was currently in a state of possession by Li Shang, and his strength had skyrocketed. Thus, it didn't take long for him to catch up to the fleeing blood race constellation in front of him. Under the control of the sea of blood, he enveloped the blood race and ended his life with a single slash. Lu Yi didn't stop and chased in another direction. As the distance between them narrowed, the fleeing blood race constellation obviously knew that things weren't looking good. He suddenly stopped, turned around, and glared fiercely at Lu Yi. He gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Yi, the blood race won't rest until you die." As soon as he finished speaking, the blood around him surged as if his whole body was boiling. Under Lu Ye's astonished observation, the blood race constellation suddenly swelled and exploded into a pool of blood. Lu Yi frowned. He didn't expect this guy to be so unyielding. He knew he was no match for him and actually self-destructed. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he didn't have the time to think too much about it. He casually put away the blood crystal of the blood race and activated the void spirit pattern to teleport to where his clone was. His clone was chasing after a blood race constellation, and the sword chi from the sword gourd was attacking continuously, causing the blood race to be in a sorry state. When Lu Yi arrived, he joined forces with his clone and easily killed the blood race constellation. At this point, the blood race constellation that came to help had been completely annihilated. Without the constellation's protection, the divine ocean and true lake blood race constellations they brought from this realm couldn't resist the corrosion of the cosmic energy at all. When Lu Yi chased after them, those divine ocean and true lake blood race constellations had already struggled to death. As far as the eye could see, there were a large number of blood race corpses with faces of horror and despair. Their bodies stiffened, and there were at least a few thousand of them. When Lu Yi rushed back, he only collected the blood crystals from the constellations. As for the True Lake and Divine Ocean Blood Race constellations, he couldn't be bothered to deal with them. In the distant starry sky, in a realm occupied by the blood race, in a grand hall, blood-colored soul lamps swayed. Each soul lamp corresponded to a blood race cultivator. Under normal circumstances, these soul lamps were usually lit, which meant that the owner of the soul lamp was still alive. However, at this moment, a large number of soul lamps had been extinguished. The blood race cultivator guarding this place looked on with a pale face, and his body trembled slightly. This was because he discovered that among the extinguished soul lamps, there were more than 20 constellation soul lamps. This undoubtedly meant that those constellations were all dead. Most of the soul lamps had been extinguished silently. Only one soul lamp suddenly erupted with bright, blood-colored light before extinguishing. Immediately after, the blood-colored light twisted and transformed, revealing the words, "Lu Iya, we're in trouble." The blood race cultivator knew that this was a serious matter. Although this realm wasn't weak, losing so many constellations at once was still an indescribable pain. He didn't dare to delay and hurriedly reported the matter. Soon, a blood race cultivator from Yu Yao arrived. After listening to the cultivator's report, the blood race cultivator with a sinister expression asked, "The blood life technique revealed the words Lu Iya?" The cultivator hurriedly said, "It's Lu Iya, I didn't see wrong." The blood race cultivator snorted coldly. "You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it so easily." In recent years, the blood race and the insect race had been searching for Lu Iya's whereabouts, but in the end, they hadn't found anything. Unexpectedly, one of their constellations had used the blood life technique to send back information before dying. The battle of the Alpha Origin Divine Sea Realm had caused the blood race to suffer heavy losses. The younger generation of the blood race that they had placed high hopes on had all died at Lu Iya's hands. Normally speaking, it wouldn't matter if they died in such a battle. The blood race was also a large race with many talents, so it wouldn't have much of an impact if a few of them died. However, among the younger generation of the blood race, there was a holy seed. The blood race's holy blood was extremely precious. The blood race had issued such a bounty not only because they wanted Lu Iya's life, but also because they wanted to recover the holy blood. That was the most precious treasure to the blood race. Now that he knew about Lu Iya's whereabouts, even Yu Yao couldn't remain indifferent. Knowing that the dead blood race cultivators had all gone to the Blue Jade world, Yu Yao didn't hesitate. She immediately soared into the sky and rushed in the direction of the Blue Jade world. Half a day later, Lu Iya returned to the Blue Jade world. The situation on the battlefield hadn't changed much, but the spore cloud's defensive range had clearly shrunk. Now that the reinforcements had been dealt with, Lu Iya only needed to deal with the blood race constellations in the Blue Jade world. Since he knew that he couldn't kill them all, Lu Iya didn't want to waste his energy. With Li Shang's abilities, he silently snuck into the Blood Sea and traveled several dozen kilometers. He found a blood race constellation that was controlling the Blood Sea to resist the spore cloud. He released his holy attribute and then slashed down with his saber. The blood race cultivator didn't even have time to react before dying a violent death. He didn't even have time to scream. The blood race cultivators nearby were all shocked by the sudden death of the constellation's vitality. No one knew what had happened because the blood race hadn't suffered too many losses ever since they invaded the Blue Jade world. Although some Divine Sea and True Lake blood race cultivators had died in the battle against the Spore race and with spirits, not a single blood race cultivator had died. But now, one of them had died for no apparent reason, just as the blood race cultivators were still trying to figure out what had happened. Another constellation's aura suddenly disappeared. This was only the beginning. In the following period of time, more blood race constellations were mysteriously killed. In a short period of time, 7 or 8 of them had died. The remaining constellations were all terrified, and they activated their blood arts with all their might. Logically speaking, the blood race had extremely powerful observation and perception abilities in the blood sea. Any outsider who had infiltrated the blood sea would not be able to escape their senses. However, Lu Ye himself could activate the most authentic blood arts. Therefore, even if the blood race cultivators sensed his presence, they would only treat him as a companion. As time passed, more and more blood race constellations died in battle. The remaining blood race cultivators finally realized that something was wrong with Lu Ye. This was because wherever this person whom they mistook for one of their own went, a constellation would mysteriously die. End of chapter. Chapter 1513. He then sensed Lu Ye's aura, which was extremely unfamiliar. He wasn't a constellation from this realm at all. One of the vampires immediately shouted in Lu Ye's direction, "Who are you?" There was no response. Instead, it led Lu Ye straight to where he was. "You're courting death." The vampire was furious. He didn't dodge and charged at Lu Ye. Although Lu Ye had killed many vampires before, his cultivation was only at the constellation level. This vampire wasn't afraid and only thought that Lu Ye was able to succeed because of a sneak attack. Now that he knew Lu Ye wasn't one of them, he wouldn't follow in his clansman's footsteps as long as he was prepared. In the blink of an eye, the two figures in the vast sea of blood collided. The vampire constellation only saw a few exquisite saber lights coming at him before he lost consciousness. They were both late-stage constellations, but how could he be Lu Ye's match in a one-on-one fight? Moreover, Lu Ye was currently possessed by Li Shang, which made him even more powerful. The nearby vampire constellations were all shocked when they sensed the situation here. They all thought Lu Ye was invincible because of a sneak attack. Only now did they realize that this unknown enemy was actually so powerful. Their clansmen of the same cultivation level couldn't even last a single exchange in front of him. They didn't dare to be careless and gathered around Lu Ye. Clearly, they planned to encircle and annihilate him. Lu Ye was delighted when he saw this. He didn't think he could kill all the vampire constellations here, so he didn't bother spreading his sea of blood. However, these vampire constellations actually took the initiative to encircle and annihilate him. This was a good opportunity. He wasn't in a hurry to activate his saintly nature. Instead, he kept it concealed with the Holy Convergence art and fought fiercely with the vampire constellations. He was outnumbered. Even with Li Shang's possession, Lu Ye was still in a perilous situation. Wounds appeared all over his body. He suppressed his killing intent and didn't kill any of the vampire constellations. He only fought them with all his might, acting as if he couldn't hold on any longer. The vampire constellations saw hope and attacked even more fiercely. However, they still couldn't really succeed. More blood race constellations joined the fray, wanting to get rid of Lu Ye as quickly as possible. Because most of the constellations were tied down by Lu Ye, the blood sea was already at a disadvantage against the spore cloud. If they wanted to change the situation, they had to kill Lu Ye first. Lu Ye's situation was getting worse. Under the siege of so many star mansions, what he could do was very limited. He could only repeatedly activate the Holy Guardian Spirit rune to protect himself. Lu Ye reckoned that it was about time, and that he really couldn't hold on any longer. Only then did he release the Holy Convergence technique suppression, and an incomparably dense holy aura spread out with a loud rumble. The expressions of the vampire constellations in the surroundings changed drastically. Their minds were thrown into disarray, and their blood energy scattered. They instantly became limp shrimps. Killing intent blossomed. Lu Ye had endured them for so long, almost being beaten black and blue all over, all for this moment. How could he be lenient? The light of the sun exploded, and a lotus flower slowly bloomed. The petals formed by the saber light danced and attacked in all directions. All the vampire constellations that came into contact with it were unable to block it. In an instant, powerful auras were annihilated one after another. Lu Yi didn't stop and charged toward the nearest vampire. That vampire's eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Seeing the bright saber light slashing down, he wanted to dodge, but his body was weak and powerless. There was no way he could dodge at all. The vampire constellations that participated in the encirclement of Lu Yi fell one after another, and the blood sea seemed to become even thicker. And without the support of these vampire constellations, the blood sea was no longer able to stop the spore cloud's counterattack. The spore cloud that had been suppressed for a while now seemed to have the help of a god. It swept outwards, and miserable cries sounded one after another. Those cries came from the divine ocean and true lake blood race in the blood sea. Originally, with the constellation realm cultivators blocking in front and activating the might of the blood sea, they weren't in any danger. They only needed to provide support for the blood sea. However, most of the constellations were already dead. How could they stop it by themselves? Within the spore cloud, the furious roars of the spore race and with spirit cultivators could be heard as they pushed forward unstoppably. Not all of the vampire constellations that participated in the encirclement of Lu Yi. There were some who didn't participate. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, they didn't dare to linger and fled from the blood sea. Just as they left the blood sea, they saw another blood sea falling from the sky. These vampire constellations were overjoyed and rushed over to greet them. Some of them even cried out, "Reinforcements are here!" The timing of the reinforcements matched the information they had received. Thus, these vampire constellations didn't raise their guard at all and rushed into the blood sea. Within the blood sea, Lu Ye's clone wore a strange expression. He had never seen people rushing to their deaths like this. The clone had stayed here mainly to kill some who had slipped through the net, but he didn't expect them to take him as reinforcements and come to him of their own accord. This saved him a lot of trouble. Only when the vampires rushed into the blood sea did they realize that something was wrong. Although the blood sea wasn't small, there was no sign of any of their kind inside. There was only a late-stage constellation aura. Most importantly, the aura they sensed was exactly the same as that of the guy who was massacring the vampires below. Before they could figure out what was going on, the boundless blood sea suddenly erupted with a powerful holy aura. The clone activated the sword gourd's might and sent out streaks of sword chi in all directions. Lu Ye's main body had also teleported over with the help of the spatial spirit patterns. Working together with his clone, it only took a moment for them to wipe out all the fleeing vampire constellations. Lu Yi stood in the air after the blood sea retracted, looking down with an indifferent gaze. He had already recalled his clone. Through his perception, he could sense that there were no longer any auras of vampire constellations in the blood sea. Only a few divine sea and true lake vampires remained. Although there were quite a few of them, they would be wiped out sooner or later under the counterattack of the spore race and with spirit race. At this point, there was no need for him to intervene. Half a day later, the battle came to an end. The vampires who had lost the protection of the constellations were indeed wiped out. The spore cloud had disappeared, and the earth was covered in a thick layer of blood. The spore race and with spirit race roared into the sky. Lu Yi felt no joy, only sorrow. Although they had won this battle with Lu Ye's help and killed all the invaders, the realm where they lived had already been exposed to the vampires. The vampires wouldn't let this matter rest. They would return sooner or later. It was with this in mind that the two races decided to move their people into the reincarnation trees tree realm. In this world, only the reincarnation trees tree realm could provide them with a temporary peaceful environment. Lu Yi was silently recuperating in a huge tree house. He had been injured frequently when he was surrounded by the vampires, but they were all superficial wounds, so he recovered very quickly. Li Shang was standing not far away, protecting him like a guard. The Spore People's chief, Black Umbrella, and the wood spirits chief, Mu He, had just arrived to express their sincere gratitude to Lu Yi and Li Shang. They had originally thought that the reincarnation tree would send 2 people over, but who would have thought that these 2 people would be able to defeat the vampires like a landslide? They had no idea how Lu Yi and Li Shang had done it, nor did they need to know. Now that the crisis had been averted, the 2 races were already preparing to move. Thankfully, there weren't too many people in the 2 races, so the migration wasn't too troublesome. Another day later, the 2 races had finished their preparations, and a large number of their people had gathered together. Lu Yi stood quietly off to the side. To be honest, he was a little curious about how the spore race and wood spirit race were going to move. The 2 races had constellations, but most of them were below the constellation level, so they couldn't travel through space with their physical bodies. Lu Yi reckoned that they would need to use a large planetary ship. Only then would they be able to move so many people below the constellation level. However, if that was the case, then they would need a lot of planetary ships. Did the spore race and wood spirit race have the financial resources to do so? However, Lu Yi soon realized that he was wrong. The 2 races weren't going to use planetary ships, but rather the spore cloud. Under the combined efforts of the cultivators of the 2 races, a large spore cloud began to spread, enveloping all of their people within. Then, the spore cloud that enveloped the people of the 2 races rose into the air and drifted out of the realm. This method was somewhat similar to that of the vampires. The vampires had used the Blood Sea to bring the Divine Sea and True Lake tribe members over, while the spore race and wood spirit race had used the spore cloud. Both the Blood Sea and the spore cloud were clearly able to protect all living beings below the constellation level. The giant spore cloud rushed out of the realm. From afar, it looked like a giant piece of cotton candy. Some of the spore race and wood spirit race's constellations looked through the spore cloud in the direction of the blue jade realm with reluctance and resignation. After all, this was a realm that they had lived in for many years. Now that they had to abandon it, they naturally didn't feel good about it. However, now that the vampires had discovered their realm, it was no longer appropriate for them to stay. Lu Yi also landed in the spore cloud and moved along with it. At the same time, he was also guiding the cultivators of the 2 races. He didn't know the exact route from the blue jade realm to the reincarnation tree, but he could sense the direction of the reincarnation tree through the imprint on the back of his hand. Therefore, he was the only one who could lead the way. This trip would take at least half a year. Under the combined efforts of the 2 races' constellations, the spore cloud moved very quickly. Lu Yi estimated that it wouldn't be any slower than his own planetary ship. The migration officially began. Mu He and Black Umbrella came together to express their gratitude to Lu Yi and Li Shang again. At the same time, they brought some gifts as well. After all, if it weren't for Lu Yi and Li Shang's divine soldiers, the 2 races would have most likely been wiped out. After chatting with the 2 clan leaders for a while, they finally left. There were many people who needed to be comforted, and they also had to be vigilant of the dangers they might encounter along the way. The 2 clan leaders didn't want to stay with Lu Yi for too long. After they left, Lu Yi looked at the gifts they brought. They were 2 green crystals. Lu Yi didn't know what they were, but if the 2 clan leaders brought them out as gifts, they definitely weren't ordinary items. End of chapter. Chapter 1514. Lu Yi sensed that these 2 green crystals contained an enormous amount of energy, but they were very gentle and contained a rich vitality. This thing could probably be used to heal injuries. The effects might be quite good. However, if that was all, this item wasn't very valuable. After all, this was a gift of gratitude, so Lu Yi couldn't ask the 2 tribe leaders about it in front of them. Just as he was puzzled, he heard Li Shang say, "These are the wood crystals left behind by wood spirits after they die." She clearly recognized this item. Ever since she received Li Shang, this soul tribe woman had never taken the initiative to speak to Lu Yi. She usually remained silent as if she were mute. She was wary of Lu Yi and even a little hostile toward him. However, Ever since she was summoned by the reincarnation tree, Lu Yi clearly sensed that her attitude had changed. Although he didn't know the reason, this was a good thing for him. Li Shang had even taken the initiative to use a soul-binding mystic technique on him to help him kill his enemies. Lu Yi had always wanted to be honest with Li Shang because the problem of the martyrs in Immortal Essence City might have to be solved through the Soul Tribe. Li Shang's change in attitude gave Lu Yi hope. The wood crystals left behind by wood spirits after they die, are they the same as the crystal cores of star beasts and blood crystals of the blood tribe? Lu Yi asked. Li Shang nodded. That's right. However, the wood crystals of wood spirits are much more valuable and rare than crystal cores and blood crystals. Not all wood spirits leave behind wood crystals after they die. Only a small portion of them do. What are they used for? Lu Yi asked humbly. Wood crystals contain a large amount of pure energy. Refining them can increase one's vitality and refine the essence of one's flesh and blood. She carefully looked at the 2 wood crystals in Lu Ye's hand. These 2 wood crystals should be left behind by the wood spirits of the Moon Jade realm. If you refine them, it won't take long for you to reach the peak of the constellation realm. Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It was undeniable that wood crystals were good things. They could save time and greatly increase one's cultivation speed. Moreover, these 2 wood crystals were left behind by the wood spirits of the Moon Jade realm. The Moon Jade realm didn't exist in the Wood Spirit clan, so these were probably left behind by their ancestors. They were probably the most precious treasures of the Wood Spirit clan. The Wood Spirit's sincerity in giving these things as a gift. However, Lu Yi didn't need them. If he really wanted to cultivate quickly, he could just jump into the Myriad Sea. Why would he need wood crystals? Seemingly seeing the disappointment on Lu Ye's face, Li Shang continued. The wood spirit's wood crystal has a mysterious power. Not only can it be used to refine flesh and blood essence, but if you refine it, you will be able to comprehend wood attribute secret techniques with half the effort. Lu Yi didn't need to comprehend any wood attribute secret techniques. His own power was of the fire attribute, so it could be said that it had nothing to do with wood attribute techniques. There was a leaf dance spirit rune on the talon tree. It was considered to be of the wood attribute, but Lu Yi had never used it before. This was because he used fire attribute spirit energy to activate it. Not only was it nondescript, but it also felt a little obscure. Nothing else. Lu Yi asked. Li Shang thought for a moment. You humans have a faction called medical cultivators. If you let the medical cultivators cultivate wood crystals, their ability to treat others will be greatly improved. This thing can be said to be the most precious treasure that every medical cultivator dreams of. Lu Ye's eyes lit up. He was not a medical cultivator, but second senior sister and Hua Xiai were. It would be a good gift to give them these 2 wood crystals. Firstly, it could help them improve their cultivation and shorten their cultivation progress. Secondly, it could also improve their medical cultivation abilities. The 2 wood crystals should belong to Lu Yi and Li Shang. Lu Yi looked at Li Shang. How about we make a deal? What? Li Shang looked at him. I'll take the wood crystals. If you want something, I'll give it to you in exchange. Li Shang finally understood Lu Ye's intentions. He shook his head. Even without me, you would have been invincible. This is a gift from the Wood Spirit clan and the Spore race. It has nothing to do with me. She still didn't understand why the blood race's constellations were like mice in front of a cat when facing Lu Yi. Their strength was greatly suppressed. This was Lu Ye's secret, so she didn't plan on asking. But she knew that even if she wasn't possessed, it wouldn't take much effort for Lu Yi to deal with those vampires. That may be the case, but you do have one of these wood crystals. The Spore race and the Wood Spirit clan didn't know the real situation of the battle. They only thought that Lu Yi and Li Shang worked together, so they sent 2 wood crystals. Li Shang shook his head. I don't want anything. If you insist on giving it to me, I hope you can release my seal." Lu Yi quietly looked at him for a moment before suddenly raising his hand and tossing a token to Li Shang. This was the token that controlled her seal. Li Shang had only said it casually. He didn't expect Lu Yi to really give it to him. After receiving the token, he couldn't help but be stunned. With a complicated expression, he asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll run away?" Lu Yi said seriously, "I have something I need your help with. Moreover, you should be able to sense that I have no ill intentions towards you." Since he wanted to ask for help, he naturally needed to discuss it with him. If he used the seal to control Li Shang wouldn't be willing to cooperate with him. Lu Yi has been thinking about finding a suitable opportunity to undo her restriction. But if he hastily undid it without gaining her trust and having a certain foundation of communication, Li Shang would definitely run away. Perhaps now was an opportunity. Lu Yi could only take a gamble. Taking a deep look at Lu Yi, Li Shang crushed the token in his hand. An unknown force seemed to be released from Li Shang's body, making her feel much more relaxed. She didn't have any intention of running away. Instead, she sat down not far from Lu Yi and said, "Tell me about your friend's situation." Before, Lu Yi had casually mentioned it and didn't explain it clearly, so Li Shang was too lazy to understand. Now that she took the initiative to ask, it was undoubtedly a good thing for Lu Yi. Lu Yi briefly explained the situation in Immortal Essence City. Hearing this, Li Shang nodded. Using soul cleansing water to maintain one's soul is a good method. This method has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that the soul imprint doesn't disappear. Even if one's soul is scattered, they can use the power of soul cleansing water to reform their soul body. The disadvantage is that they can't be free, which is equivalent to being trapped. Your friends should have been very determined when they were alive. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for too long before their souls became chaotic. Lu Yi thought about the group of people in Immortal Essence City and nodded. They are a group of admirable ancestors. He humbly asked for advice. "Is there a way to solve this problem?" Li Shang pondered for a moment and said, "I'll have to take a look to know the specific situation. When this is over, take me there." "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you." Lu Yi excitedly agreed. In the past, he didn't know how to return to the 9 states. But this time, as long as he completed the reincarnation tree's request, he could ask for information about the 9 states. He would definitely be able to find a way back to the 9 states. With the reincarnation tree's ability to spread across the starry sky, this shouldn't be a problem for it. The journey wasn't peaceful. From time to time, star beasts would come to harass them, but they were all repelled by the joint forces of the spore race and the wood spirit constellations. Some star beasts actually didn't have any malicious intentions. It was just that things like spore clouds were basically impossible to find in the starry sky, so the star beasts would come over to take a look out of curiosity. During this time, they even encountered a moon jade realm star beast. The star beast was extremely large, like a whale cruising through the starry sky. Furthermore, this star beast had 3 small whale star beasts with it. It was most likely a family of 4. The spore race and wood spirit constellations were all very nervous against the moon jade realm star beasts. Even if they worked together, they would definitely suffer heavy casualties. In the end, Lu Yi had to step in and use the might of his red talisman to hold off the family of 4 for a long time before they finally retreated. As long as the red talisman wasn't completely activated, it wouldn't be a problem. As long as it was activated slightly, it would be enough to force the star beasts to retreat. This method could only be used against star beasts. If it were a cultivator, they would only covet it even more. After witnessing the terrifying might of the red talisman, Li Shang was even more confused about Lu Yi. She naturally recognized that the red talisman was from the humanoid race. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so powerful. However, Lu Yi didn't look like he came from a top-tier realm, so she didn't know why he had a red talisman on him. Moreover, he was valued by the reincarnation tree and was bestowed with a mark. After traveling for more than 3 months, Lu Yi sensed that the reincarnation tree's mark was becoming more and more connected to the area ahead. He knew that he was getting closer and closer to the reincarnation tree. During these 3 months, his relationship with Li Shang had improved significantly. Although they weren't friends yet, they could at least chat for a while. Lu Yi had asked her about concealment before, and he discovered that the soul race's concealment was different from that of ghost cultivators. Ghost cultivators relied on the power of ghostly tattoos to conceal themselves, while the soul race's concealment was an innate ability. This was because they were existences that were both intangible and corporeal. It was extremely mysterious. Lu Ye's original plan to borrow the soul race's power to reconstruct his concealment spiritual tattoos was ruined. On this day, Lu Yi was refining spirit jade and cultivating when his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He felt as if some kind of danger was approaching. He hurriedly opened his eyes and saw that Li Shang had also opened her eyes and was looking at him with a grave expression. Li Shang also sensed something. She wasn't the only one who sensed it. The spore race and with spirit constellations in the spore cloud also sensed it. Lu Yi hurriedly jumped out of the spore cloud and turned back to look. In his field of vision, he saw a blood-red light approaching at an extremely fast speed. Li Shang stood beside him with a grave expression. "It's Yu Yao of the blood race." Moreover, judging from her aura, she wasn't an ordinary Yu Yao. At the very least, she was a mid-stage Yu Yao. She might even be a late-stage Yu Yao. It had already been 3 months since he left the Blue Jade Realm. Lu Yi had never imagined that a powerful blood race cultivator would come after him. With his current strength, he would be under great pressure even if he faced Yu Yao, who had just ascended, let alone a mid-stage or late-stage Yu Yao. Black Umbrella and Mu, he also arrived together. When they saw the blood-red light behind them, their expressions changed. This was the tragedy of a small race. Without a powerful cultivator to oversee them, they were basically powerless to fight back when they encountered danger in this boundless starry sky. A single mistake could lead to the extinction of their race. End of chapter. Chapter 15:15. Lu Ye's expression was grave as he watched the approaching crimson light. Thoughts churned in his mind as he tried to think of a way to defeat the enemy. Using the twin chi connected formation disc might be a solution. The wood spirits and the spore race had a few late-stage constellations, so they could definitely gather enough manpower to form the black tortoise formation. But even so, could they really contend against Yu Yao's mid-stage or late-stage constellations? A group of late-stage constellations could probably contend against Yu Yao's early-stage constellations, but it would be far too difficult to deal with a mid-stage or late-stage constellation. Moreover, if the wood spirits and spore races' late-stage constellations were to be mobilized, it might affect the stability of the spore cloud. The spore cloud was only able to protect the members of the two races because all the constellations of the two races were working together to control it. If the spore cloud lost its stability, the two races might suffer heavy casualties. As such, Lu Yi only pondered for a moment before dismissing the idea of borrowing strength from the wood spirits and spore race. He could only use this as his final backup plan. Since that was the case, he could only fight Yu Yao alone. Fortunately, his opponent was a Blood Tribe member, so he had a huge advantage against Blood Tribe members. Moreover, he wasn't alone, so Li Shang could provide him with considerable assistance. He made up his mind and transmitted his voice to Mu, he and Black Umbrella. "Take your clansmen and leave first. I'll stop him." If they really couldn't stop him, then they would have to work together with the spore race and with spirits. With that, he took the initiative to charge forward. Li Shang didn't say a word as he opened his arms and dove into Lu Ye's body. Mu, he, and Black Umbrella couldn't stop him in time. They could only watch as Lu Yi rushed forward. Gritting his teeth, he activated the spore cloud with all his might and fled. Xue Hao saw the spore cloud from afar, and his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. He had set out from this realm and rushed to the blue jade realm first, but there was no one there. There were only a large number of blood tribe corpses left behind, which filled him with grief. He chased after them without stopping because he knew that the spore race and with spirits would seek refuge with the reincarnation tree. So he didn't change his direction. After a long time, he finally caught up to them. At this moment, seeing a stream of light rushing out from the spore cloud towards him, Shuahao hurriedly activated his vision to take a look. With a glance, he was overjoyed because he saw the figure that many of his clan's powerhouses had been yearning for in the stream of light. Before his clan's star constellation died, she used the blood life technique to send back information. That Lu Ye of the 9 heavens was indeed here. His trip here was not in vain. Lu Ye's expression became even more serious as he gradually discovered that this blood tribe member was at the late stage of the Moon Jade realm. They were in big trouble now. If Lu Yi was only at the middle stage, he might have a chance. But Lu Yi was at the late stage, so he wasn't sure. But now that things had come to this, there was no way to retreat. He could only brace himself and go forward. A dense bloody light suddenly blossomed from Shuahao's body, transforming into a bloody cloud. Even though he was at the late stage of the Moon Jade realm against a late-stage star constellation, he couldn't afford to be careless. Lu Ye of the 9 heavens was too important, so he had to capture him as soon as possible and put an end to any thoughts of escape. That was why he had activated his blood art to prevent Lu Ye from fleeing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to make such a grand display against a junior who was far weaker than him. He activated the bloody cloud on his side, filling the air with a heaven-encompassing aura. Suddenly, his expression froze as he saw a surge of bloody light blossoming in front of him, also transforming into a bloody cloud in an extremely short amount of time. This Lu Ye actually cultivated a blood Dao secret art. Shuahao snorted coldly. How laughable! Blood Dao secret arts originated from the blood tribe. The blood Dao secret arts, cultivated by the various major races, were all adapted from the blood tribe's secret arts. Anyone with a bit of common sense would know that one shouldn't play around with blood Dao secret arts in front of a blood tribe member. Otherwise, they would be the one to suffer. However, Shuahao had to admit that Lu Ye's attainments in blood Dao secret arts were extremely profound. This could be seen from the size and scale of the bloody cloud. Even the late-stage star constellation of the blood tribe couldn't compare to Lu Ye's blood Dao secret arts. This probably wasn't just a matter of how high one's attainments were. It also had a lot to do with the abundance of Lu Ye's blood and qi. This isn't bad. Once I capture Lu Ye, I'll absorb his saint blood and devour his blood and qi. It'll be a small supplement, Shuahao thought to himself. In the starry sky, the two bloody seas collided. There was no suspense. Lu Ye's bloody cloud was instantly at a disadvantage. As the boundless bloody light spread out, his bloody sea shattered. Before it could reform, it was swallowed up by Shuahao's bloody sea. Within the bloody sea, Lu Ye's blood and qi surged. He immediately sensed the huge gap between himself and the late-stage Moon Jade. If he was a blade of grass, then Moon Jade was a large tree. Whether it was in terms of strength or aura, there was simply no comparison. Even though he had expected this, when the result appeared before his eyes, Lu Ye's expression still looked somewhat helpless. A bone-chilling feeling rose in his heart. Lu Yi sensed a brilliant and fierce aura coming straight for him. He raised his hand and pressed it against the hilt of his mountain pan saber. His gaze was fixed in front of him as he madly poured his spiritual power into the saber. Spiritual inscriptions quickly formed on the mountain pan saber. Suddenly, the saber was unsheathed. It spun like a crescent moon and slashed forward. Shuahao sneered. The huge gap in their strength made it so that he didn't even think about dodging this attack. He didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he reached out to grab the saber. He wanted to let Lu Ye experience what despair was. However, in the next instant, his sneer turned into shock. This was because an inexplicable might had suddenly erupted from Lu Ye's body. Under the impact of this inexplicable might, Shui Hao's blood and qi scattered. His strength was also greatly suppressed. The incomparably sharp mountain pan saber slashed down. It was as if it had struck a thick sheet of leather. Blood splattered everywhere. Shui Hao cried out in shock and retracted his hand. A deep wound had appeared between his fingers, so deep that his bones could be seen. Lu Yi had already pressed forward. His aura was tyrannical and wild as he continuously displayed the tyrant saber technique. With the assistance of Li Shang's soul attachment, every strike was practically an all-out attack. Shui Hao continuously retreated. His eyes trembled violently as he stared at Lu Yi in disbelief. "You're a holy seed? You're actually a holy seed?" In the blood race, only those who had refined sacred blood could be called holy seeds. Shui Hao himself was a holy seed, and he had also refined sacred blood. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to achieve what he had today. However, he had never imagined that this Lu Yi of the 9 heavens, who had been remembered by his clan for many years, was also a holy seed. Moreover, his holy nature far surpassed his own. Not only was Lu Yi's holy nature superior to his own, but there was also a large gap between them. Even Rizhao, the person with the strongest holy nature he had ever seen, wasn't even worthy of carrying Lu Yi's shoes. Shui Hao couldn't believe it, but now that he had personally experienced it, he had no choice but to believe it. Under the intense suppression of Lu Yi's holy nature, his late-stage Yao cultivation could only display the strength of an early-stage Yao cultivator. This kind of suppression was too terrifying. Even Rizhao, who he had seen before, couldn't achieve this level of suppression. As soon as he said this, he realized that something was wrong. Lu Yi was clearly a human. How could he be a holy seed? Following that, an inconceivable thought surfaced in his mind. You can actually refine sacred blood? Lu Yi's holy nature wasn't fake. Since he wasn't a blood race holy seed, that meant that he had the means to refine sacred blood. But was that possible? The blood race's sacred blood came from a mysterious source. Even a blood race member would have to take a great deal of risk in order to refine it. If any other race were to come into contact with it, even Rizhao would die without a doubt. But now a human who had refined sacred blood was standing right in front of him, using the suppression of his holy nature to restrain him. From the looks of it, Lu Yi had already refined the sacred blood of the holy seeds of the younger generation who had died at his hands in the Alpha origin stage. It could even be said that Lu Yi had already refined a lot of sacred blood before this. Otherwise, his holy nature wouldn't be so terrifying. Shui Hao finally understood how those holy seeds of the younger generation had died in the Alpha origin stage. All this time, the blood race didn't know how those younger generation had been completely annihilated by a human. This was because the blood race had arranged for those younger generation to quickly gather in the Alpha origin stage and work together to resist the enemy. The other Divine Sea cultivators participating in the battle for the Divine Sea were simply unable to resist. It was precisely because of this method that the blood race was able to occupy a portion of the winning spots in the Alpha origin stage every time. But if Lu Yi relied on the suppression of his holy nature, those younger generation wouldn't be able to resist. Moreover, if they gathered together, it would be easier for Lu Yi to wipe them all out. After understanding so many things, the shock in Shui Hao's eyes gradually turned into excitement. This was because he saw the possibility of refining a large amount of sacred blood from Lu Yi. The process of refining sacred blood was too dangerous for the blood race, and it had nothing to do with one's cultivation. Even an advanced Yao, like him, couldn't refine too much sacred blood. Every refinement was a life and death crisis. A human had actually done something that was difficult for the blood race. Shui Hao really wanted to know how Lu Yi had done it. Based on the holy nature on Lu Yi's body, he had refined at least a few dozen drops of sacred blood, perhaps even more. Therefore, as long as he captured Lu Ye, Xue Hao would have the opportunity to pry into the secret and use it to raise his holy nature. Sunshine was just around the corner. While many thoughts flashed through his mind, Lu Ye's blade continued to attack, forcing him back step by step. It wasn't that Xue Hao was weaker than him, but that Xue Hao was thinking about how to capture Lu Ye alive. Under the suppression of Lu Ye's holy nature, Lu Ye could clearly sense that his opponent could only unleash the power of an advanced Yu Yao's cultivation. This greatly reassured him. Even if he wasn't a match for an advanced Yu Yao, the situation wouldn't be too bad. If he really couldn't do it, he could use the red talisman to deal with Lu Ye. However, the red talisman was Lu Ye's final trump card. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lu Ye wouldn't be willing to use it. As they clashed, boundless saber light enveloped Xue Hao. However, Lu Ye's mood gradually became heavier and heavier. This was because, apart from the first saber strike that had injured Xue Hao, the rest of his attacks didn't have much of an effect. Lu Ye suddenly realized that he had underestimated the situation. End of chapter. Chapter 15-16. Under the suppression of the saint attribute, Xue Hao could only unleash the power of an early Yu Yao cultivator. However, this did not mean that he was truly only at the early Yu Yao stage. He still had the foundation of a late Yu Yao cultivator, after all, especially that powerful physique of his. Because the blood race cultivated blood arts, their physiques were generally stronger than those of other races, let alone someone like Xue Hao. This could be seen from the fact that Xue Hao was not seriously injured when he was struck by Lu Ye's full-strength saber. If his physique was not strong enough, that saber strike would have crippled one of Xue Hao's arms. It was precisely because his physique was strong enough that he could block that sharp saber strike. This was the situation that Lu Yi was currently in. Xue Hao was prepared. So even if he used his full strength under the enhancement of Lishang's soul possession, he could only break through the blood-colored barrier around Xue Hao's body and leave shallow wounds on him. He could not cause him any serious injuries at all. Xue Hao did not counterattack. He tried his best to avoid Lu Ye's attacks, and only took them head-on when he really could not. However, those shallow wounds were no different from scratching an itch to an elite like him. Moreover, he was full of vitality, and his physique had long since been refined to the extreme. So, in the blink of an eye, those wounds had already healed. Lu Yi slashed out over 100 times, but to no avail. Xue Hao suddenly grinned at him. "It's my turn!" He wanted to capture Lu Yi alive and find out the secret of refining sacred blood. Otherwise, how could he allow a star constellation to act so impudently in front of him? Since he wanted to capture him alive, he naturally had to wear down his opponent's strength and fighting spirit. This was the reason why he had let Lu Yi go all out. He wanted Lu Yi to see the disparity in their strength with his own eyes. It was about time now. When he finished speaking, Xue Hao had already launched a punch. Lu Ye's expression was serious. This punch looked ordinary, but he felt a great threat from it. He hurriedly raised his saber in front of him. When the huge force hit him, he felt as if a star had crashed into his body, and his body flew back uncontrollably. Xue Hao, on the other hand, did not show any mercy after gaining the upper hand. He followed closely behind like a maggot, and his two fists smashed down like a storm. Although Lu Yi tried his best to resist, how could he withstand such an attack? He was momentarily dazed and hurriedly switched to a defensive stance, constructing holy protection spirit inscriptions one after another. However, even the Holy Guard could not withstand Xue Hao's attacks. Almost every layer that appeared was destroyed. In just a short period of time, Lu Yi had lost count of how many punches he had received. The blood in his chest was surging, and the taste of blood filled his throat. Several of his bones had been broken. Xue Hao retracted his hand and looked at Lu Yi indifferently. "Surrender! I don't want to kill you!" A human who could refine large amounts of sacred blood was simply too precious. No matter what, he had to figure out Lu Yi's secrets. Before that, how could Xue Hao bear to let Lu Yi die? Lu Yi didn't say anything. He just raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He slowly raised his left hand and pressed on his right wrist to stop it from trembling. His eyes were resolute and firm. He had to find an opportunity to use the red talisman. Otherwise, he would not be a match for Yu Yao of the blood tribe with his own strength. However, using the red talisman required some time. Before that, he could not let Xue Hao notice anything amiss. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Xue Hao, slashing out with a continuous stream of saber light. Xue Hao shook his head slowly, stubborn. He raised his fist and attacked again. Saber light flashed as fists rained down. The two figures attacked each other furiously, but Lu Ye's attacks were nothing compared to Xue Hao's. Yu Yao's late-stage physique was not something Lu Yi could shake as he wished. Instead, it was Xue Hao's fists that caused Lu Ye's body to tremble. Lu Yi was at a disadvantage from the start, and the situation was getting worse and worse. This was a huge gap in their foundations. It was not something external power could make up for. The coiling mountain saber enhanced with the divine edge spirit inscriptions was sharp enough. Very few people of the same level could block the coiling mountain saber's attacks. However, Xue Hao only needed to rely on some simple blood energy protection and his own powerful physique to render Lu Ye's attacks useless. It was also thanks to the suppression of Xue Hao's saintly nature that caused Xue Hao's strength to plummet. Otherwise, he would not have been able to fight this battle at all. Amidst the intense battle, Lu Yi was already secretly channeling his spiritual power into the red talisman hidden within his body. However, he did not dare to move too much, in case Xue Hao noticed something. Thus, he still needed some time to activate the red talisman's might. Lu Yi did not even know if he would be able to last until then. His situation was getting worse and worse. His vision had already become blurry, and the blood flowing from his forehead had dyed his eyes red. Everything he saw was blood red. His left arm hung limply by his side, and a large part of his chest had caved in. Suddenly, Lu Ye's movements froze. The coiling mountain saber stopped above Xue Hao's head. Xue Hao stood a foot in front of him. He stretched out a hand and plunged it into Lu Ye's chest. His large hand grasped Lu Ye's heart, and transcendence energy surged from his palm. It was as if he would crush Lu Ye's heart if he made any sudden movements. "Are you still not going to submit?" Xue Hao's expression was cold. This was a good opportunity. Although the red talisman's might had not been fully activated, he could not care less about it now. Just as Lu Yi was about to activate the red talisman's might, Li Shang's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. "Open your deity ocean!" Lu Ye's mind moved, and he hurriedly opened his deity ocean. In the next instant, something strange happened. His vision suddenly became strange, and his entire body relaxed, as if all his injuries had been healed. Then he directly crashed into Xue Hao in front of him. He had clearly crashed into Xue Hao's body, but he did not feel any impact. When Lu Yi came back to his senses, he was already standing on a vast ocean. After being stunned for a moment, Lu Yi suddenly reacted, "Deity ocean!" This was clearly not his deity ocean, because Lu Yi did not see the soul pagoda. Furthermore, the aura here was very unfamiliar to him. The entire ocean was blood red, as if it was a sea of blood. Lu Yi immediately reacted to where he was. This was clearly Xue Hao's deity ocean. Li Shang had brought him along and started a soul battle, just like what Li Shang had done to Lu Yi on the way back from the island of Versatility's auction. Invading another's deity ocean and starting a soul battle was not a simple matter for the average person. After all, everyone's deity ocean was protected, and without breaking through the protection, it was impossible to invade the deity ocean. Thus, one would need to use some special methods or treasures. However, The soul race was born with such abilities, and their deity ocean was their forte. This kind of battle was a huge advantage for them. As expected, above the blood sea, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Xue Hao's soul avatar. At this moment, he frowned as he looked at Lu Yi, completely unable to understand how Lu Yi had managed to invade his deity ocean. However, when he saw the figure beside Lu Yi, he came to a realization: soul race! He had been wondering how Lu Yi had such ability. Even if he had been careless, he would not have allowed a star constellation to casually invade his deity ocean. So it turned out that he had the help of the soul race. Xue Hao was overjoyed. When luck came, there was no stopping it. The value of a soul race member was not low. If he could subdue Lu Yi and then subdue this soul race member, he would have made a killing this time. He looked at Lu Yi with a cold smile. Soul battles are indeed the soul race's forte, but this is my deity ocean. Do you think the two of you can make waves here? Although he saw that Lu Yi had the help of a soul race member, Xue Hao was not afraid in the slightest. In fact, it could even be said that he was very happy. This was because suppressing Lu Yi with his physical body alone might not be enough to subdue him. However, if he used some tricks on his deity ocean, the chances of success would be higher. As he spoke, his aura spread out. It was still the aura of the early Yu Yao. The suppression of the divine attribute did not only suppress one's physical strength, but it also suppressed one's deity ocean. This was something that no blood race member could resist. The blood sea started to churn, turning into huge waves. It was as if a dormant, vicious beast had awakened, and it wanted to devour the two thieves who had intruded here. Lu Ye's expression became strange. He only calmly looked at the terrifying waves that were sweeping toward him, and he had no intention of dodging at all. The waves swept over and swallowed him whole. Xue Hao frowned because he suddenly realized that something was not quite right. When the blood sea calmed down and the waves dissipated, Xue Hao's eyes suddenly widened. He saw that a dilapidated warship had somehow appeared above the blood sea. Lu Yi was standing on the deck of the warship, looking at him with an indifferent expression. The ferocious waves that had swept over just now had no effect on him at all. What was this? Even with Xue Hao's knowledge, he could not tell what this strange warship was. It was called a soul artifact, but did such a soul artifact exist in this world? But very soon his expression turned to one of shock, because as Lu Ye's spiritual energy surged, the dilapidated battleship suddenly took on a new look. Following that, numerous blurry figures emerged from the battleship and scattered around. The dilapidated warship suddenly seemed to come alive. It was like an ancient, vicious beast that had barged into this world. It was ferocious and terrifying. A huge and fierce sense of danger rose in Xue Hao's heart. Before he could do anything, the warship suddenly shook and a huge and fierce beam of light shot toward him. The ferocity of the beam of light caused his heart to palpitate. Fortunately, this was Xue Hao's divine sea. He more or less had the geographical advantage, and it was also very convenient for him to move around. Faced with such an attack, he quickly dodged and easily avoided it. But in the next moment, Xue Hao felt his soul tremble uneasily. That attack had indeed not hit his soul avatar, but this place was his divine sea. No matter where that attack had hit, it would have been a kind of injury to him. Before Xue Hao could stabilize himself, another bright beam of light shot toward him. He dodged again, but just like before, the beam of light slammed into the blood sea, causing the blood sea to churn. It was very uncomfortable for him. When the third beam of light arrived, Xue Hao roared, "That's enough!" He raised his hand, and the blood sea churned. An object rose from the blood sea. It looked like a mirror and was clearly a soul artifact. End of chapter.